Alrighty, so apologize for being just a little late. I was working on something. Apparently I was working on something over here too, and I seemingly broke it. What did I break over here? Why is the camera not filling up that whole space? I was working on stuff and things. There we go. Oh, and see, I didn't even turn the lights on. I don't know what's going on in my office, but I used to be able to have all these lights on. Like, I used to be able to sit here like this and work, but now I need to rearrange all of the lights because, and this is going to sound really weird, but I know better as a photographer's apprentice, which the guy that I call my foster father, he's not really my foster father, but that's the honorific I give him. He's like dad too. He taught me all about photography and lighting. He's a professional photographer. And I have the lights in places where they're bouncing off the monitors. But I love it sitting in my office when it's like this. This is great. But the problem is, when I was on the other side of the room, everything was over just a little bit more. So now I have to like change where the lights are. And of course, that's like item number 2069 of shit that needs to get done. I also want to say this. About 3 years ago, I stopped posting on Reddit. And I decided to post something on Reddit the other day. What the? Who are you? Who the fuck? Shut up. Nobody asked you. And so I had decided I wasn't going to use Reddit anymore because Reddit, and if you remember, if you're one of the long time people here, I used to call Reddit a fucking toxic cesspool, and it hasn't gotten any better. It hasn't gotten any better in the slightest. Everyone wants to argue. I'm actually going to show you guys. It's video game related, but I'm going to show you guys the article. Because, and I need your help, and I'm not being a smartass. I'm not being sarcastic here. I am trained in advocacy writing. I am trained in you know, presenting both sides. And that's the skill set I applied to this post. Now, I didn't change the post at all. I posted the exact post, the exact same post. It's like, I didn't post something to like, I don't do that hype, outrage. That's not me. That's not my style. I like to post things and have them be straight up. So if anybody doesn't, you know, because sometimes people will be here and they're like, well, I don't believe you. And it's okay. You don't have to believe me. I took the same article that I posted on my website, right? This exact article. And I deliberately didn't post all of the images onto Reddit. I specifically left this one out because I didn't want to turn it into a Mortal Online 2 hate. I mean, you have to mention that Mortal Online 2 was the first MMORPG to launch. And I guess launch isn't totally accurate because they launched under 4. Mortal Online 2 is the first game, but that's neither here nor there. So it's the same article over here. And what I basically said was there was some debate on the internet and where people dive in on one of the biggest complaints Chrono Odyssey's beta test received was the strength and flexibility of its character creator. One of the biggest compliments. One of the biggest compliments Chrono Odyssey's closed beta received was the strength and flexibility of its character creator. That one's going to be important because I don't understand people. Most players loved it. Most players loved it because they thought the character creator was good. A few mocked it for enabling good-looking avatars or goofy-looking avatars. A few mocked it. Now, one of the criticisms I received in the past as a creator is that I didn't provide links to when I'm quoting somebody. So like this person says, what I like most about Chrono Odyssey was the character creator. Like I'm not gonna go and post like 700 tweets that say I like the character creator. One of the biggest compliments it received. Here's a example. With that said, I was shocked to see the announcement. Here's the CEO's announcement. I'm saddened by this decision and design decision, even if I understand it. This is going to be a key word. I am saddened by this decision and design direction, even if I understand it. One side of the argument, I really enjoyed the beta, but I think character customization needs limits, people creating monstrosities. Boom, and here's the monstrosities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the discussion, who cares? You're not the one staring at it 24/7. So here's the compliment. Here's one side of the argument. Here's the other side of the argument. But I turn around and I say, neither of these claims are well structured. People creating monstrosities that take up half my screen really hurt the immersion. I don't think characters take up half the screen. If you use a factoid that's not true. Pathetic, much bigger issues with the game. Neither of these claims are well structured. One is sensational. I do not believe these monstrosities are taking up half the screen. The other includes a personal attack, which undermines an otherwise well-written response. It's also going to be funny because I said the other includes a personal attack which undermines an otherwise well-written response. That said, I do understand the monstrosities argument. I do understand the frustration. I've been guilty of it myself. I get to the bottom. The very last line I say, I hope the studio avoids placing too many limits on character design, removing too much freedom. Creativity. Have you even seen the sort of abominations these donkeys create for the sake of mocking the game? Go check out Roachmagold's thumbnail. I'm supposed to take that seriously? No, have a good day. Well, do you not have a counter argument? This has to be concern trolling. Why I can't make Big Booba when I don't make female characters as my mains. I make female alts when I try to get my kids to play because I have all daughters. Like if they're like I'm interested, be like, here. Do you want to play around with the character creator, or do you just want to dump in on an alt and run around? Call it what you will, but the majority of players are in favor of limiting a character creator. That's fine. I don't dispute that fact. I don't necessarily think you can empirically prove that fact. I'm going to heavily disagree with you in the system at any semblance of flexibility. You had two options: stick to the standard builds with a little bit of variation, or create unholy abominations. I respect this comment. I would love a character creator that allowed for a diverse body type, allowing you to create characters of all shapes and sizes, but what we had in the beta was not that. This is actually like a gold comment. This person actually put some stuff in it and they didn't attack the OP. If you think that is creativity, you must have the emotional maturity of a toddler. Yes, and it's a good thing. If they want their game to keep a cohesive visual style and have that style be one of dark fantasy, they can't have neon green dwarves with bright pink hair and the neck of a giraffe roaming around. I think that's a really good comment. I think it's really, really good. Maybe just do away with bright neon colors and save it for cosmetic dyes. Okay, well, up in the article, and I didn't want to go through the whole article, I talked about if you have a character creator, a character creation system that allows for radical, but you have a cosmetic system. I'm sorry, you have a character creation system that limits radical, but then you just transfer the problem to cosmetics. So maybe do away with the bright neon colors and save it for cosmetics and dyes. Most players love it. Where did you get that from? I feel it's the other way around, and most people hated the abominations that were on the beta. When did I say most people love the abominations? I said most people love the character creator. They hated the result. Washed up ashes of creation creator trying to wash up another MMO with his bad takes. This person made me smile. I think they'd made like 56 comments on Reddit, or 57 total. 56 of them was about Star Citizen. I would love to sublet out the space I take in their brain. Not gonna lie, it's kind of like getting upset because you can't scribble all over somebody else's wall. It sucks how small this sub is right now, because posts like this still end up near the top, even though it has 0 upvotes, and no one agrees with it. Can't wait till the game is more popular and this stuff gets filtered out. Well, what don't you agree with? This is why Reddit is an absolute shithole. No, they're not. So you don't believe the CEO stating they are putting meaningful limitation on the character creator is censoring creativity. Is that because you don't want to see crazy characters, or because you think immersion is important? I asked 2 questions. I think if they never allowed this, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. No one would be asking for mutant characters. Personally, seeing a weirdo character once in a while was amusing, but the creative argument is disingenuous in 2 major ways. First, some people are advocating for the character creator to not be changed or making 100% normalistic, realistic characters, and complaining about not being able to make their generic white girl 105. Secondly, these builds aren't creative. I'm sorry that you feel somebody using a character creator in a creative way isn't creative. These builds are just some people moving a slider to min or max and giggling on how ridiculous it is. If they're giggling about it and they're moving a slider, that is creativity. It is low effort creativity, but it's still creativity. But you notice you try to have a discussion. I hope Chrono Studio avoids placing too many limits on the character design. Removing too much freedom could cost the game one of its most compelling and personal features. Wouldn't the answer to this be quite obvious? I'd be hard-pressed to find a reasonable argument for presets only, and I'd be hard-pressed to find someone in good faith not acknowledging how out-of-hand the sliders are. You're right. This person actually took the time, right? Honestly, and I can only imagine you're just hyped for the game, it comes across as absurdism to concern yourself with them putting a limit on creativity. It's not a binary switch of you have quite literally every slider available to you, and now you're going to get presets. But that's not the argument. I appreciate this person did a good write-up. Do you know what the funny part is? I posted a video on it, and because my YouTube channel is not Reddit, a game developer came to my YouTube channel, saw the video, we had a discussion, and a game developer has figured out the best of both worlds. Now, I'm not smart enough to understand this, so let me go over to the video and grab it, because this is where I noticed that Reddit's a waste of your fucking time. Like, that will probably, I deleted my Wooden Caterpillar account because I'd never put a name on it. And what I created a new account. You know what? I probably won't post shit on Reddit ever again, because it's like the hands in a blender argument. I thought I presented a well-balanced argument, and people are just not wanting to have a decent discussion. This individual is a game developer, and this is what they said. And I thought this is the whole point of making videos and having discussions. What I had said in the comment before is, I wonder if a default player appearance could solve this. But then again, I guess the argument would shift to every level 50 archer looking the same. And a game developer comes back along, and their response is, You know, that's the only time I've ever heard someone suggest this. This would be a solution that doesn't compromise either side. They'd both get exactly what they want. I think with some tweaking, your idea would work fine because you likely wouldn't do a default face, but you do what's called a clamp on settings. So if you let someone scale their nose to be 2 centimeters at max value, you could clamp it at 1 centimeter with that setting enabled. That could be coded in 1 to 2 hours. I'm going to start suggesting that to contractors I work for and refer to it as the Jalan clamp. I just finished working a contract for an MMO studio that was struggling with this issue, and they decided to just give players full freedom. I remember one of the testers making a dark elf character and modding him to be a gray alien by choosing the bald hairstyle, making the head and eyes massive, collapsing the nose, and shrinking the mouth. I was just watching his play session and wondering why. He chose a race and then made the character look nothing like the race. I found it weird. But I guess that's what players enjoy nowadays. So, by talking out an issue, a developer has thought of an idea that I can make my character look as weird as I want, but, and I'm not smart enough to understand what he's talking about, but the clamp is that I see my character how I want to see my character. But everybody else sees my character with like confined restraints. So I want to have 9-foot ears, and I can do that. And to me, my character looks like it has 9-foot ears. But to not break your immersion, it clamps down. So 4-foot ears are going to be the max that we render for other people. And what's wrong with that? It's like hot takes is just 100% of the mildest takes to farm karma. And I could understand if Reddit karma meant anything. But Reddit karma doesn't mean shit. I will never understand. I will never understand trolls. Like, there was a girl. I don't know if Once Human has it. I do know that other games have had it, but I don't know if Once Human does. There was a girl the other day, and we're gonna talk about a couple of weird things going on in the internet. But there was a girl the other day that dropped a quadruple entendre, and I'm gonna see if I can find it quickly. No, I'm not gonna be able to. I've been really active on Twitter. She dropped a quadruple entendre, which is really hard to do. She said, "I've been cream pied by too many idiots." And she wasn't talking about sex. She was talking about the clown, the clown era of the world. But because she's a female streamer, and because she can get away with that, yeah, your mind went to the other side. But because of how she was talking about it, yeah, that's enough for the internet today. Speaking of, you guys know that I give free marketing advice, I give free business advice. I spend a lot of, like, my Rail, he's here, and he's been carrying the heavy weight with our Once Human hive, because I've been getting ParadoxGaming.net set up. In fact, I found another bug, not a bug, but I found something like in the infancy of the webpage. I need to fix it, and I got to do it today, because if I don't do it today, I'm writing 3 more guides. So he's been doing the heavy lifting. But I also spend a lot of time talking to people. I give business advice, I give marketing advice. Again, people are like, how can you give marketing advice? You don't grow as a content creator very well. I don't grow as a content creator very well because I have a history, which I don't give a shit about my history, because I'm never going to apologize for who I am or what I say. And like you saw that guy said, apparently I'm responsible for washing up a $50 million company or a $100 million company. If I can do that at like average 1,000 views on my videos, I'm killing it, right? Well, this girl, she's been a streamer since before she was 18. I'm not going to give too many details because I don't want anybody to be able to ferret out who I'm talking about. She's been a streamer since before she was 18, which you're allowed to do legally. You're allowed to be a streamer. I believe it's 13 and up. You can be a streamer. At 16, you can be affiliated with parent permission, as long as you fill out your tax forms. And then she turned 18. She quit her job and she started streaming full time. Or more, I guess it would be more appropriate to say she never actually got a big girl job. She just stopped working like McDonald's or whatever the shit it was that she was doing. Well, she had a couple of sponsorships, that year-long sponsorships. She was getting paid monthly to make content. And over the year, I've been, saying to her like, hey, she's like, well, I want to take this like $2,000 trip. And I was like, is that $2,000 trip going to generate $5,000 worth of revenue between Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, Kick, all those? And she's like, well, no, I don't think so. Well, then you can't afford to take a $2,000 trip, or $2,000 trip. You can't afford to do that. Because you can't write it off as a business expense, because then you didn't generate, your $2,000 investment didn't generate a return on that investment. And the IRS is going to say, well, what you're doing is you're a holding company now, and you have to pay personal taxes. So not only does your company have to pay tax on the income it brings in, but you personally have to pay taxes on the value of the item received, because it wasn't a business expense, it was a personal expense. So she's been struggling the last couple of months. She's been struggling really badly because she didn't lose her 2 sponsorships. They just dried up. So she said to me the other day, she said, I got a question. I said, I got an answer. And she said, how do I stream if I don't have the full-time availability? Because she said, you only stream like 12 to 20 hours a week. I said, but I'm not doing it for money. I don't give a shit. She's like, well, how do I do it? I said, you got to set a structure. You got to have times. She's like, well, I'm not going to be able to get a job that gives me a fixed schedule because I'm 19. She comes to me about a day later, well, 3 days later, because it was over the weekend. She comes to me and she says, what do you think about me starting an OnlyFans? And I said, well, statistically speaking, 10% of American girls between 18 and 26, 10% have an OnlyFans. Girls in that age range make up 54%, I believe the number was. It's more than 50, but it's not 60, of all the OnlyFans creator money. She decided to go ahead with the OnlyFans. She launched about 36 hours ago. In the first 24 hours, she got 300 subscribers, and her minimum subscription is $19.99. That's $5,997. Overnight, she got another 104, which is a minimum of another $2,078. What the fuck is wrong with our country? What is wrong with our country? Simps. Hey, Sparky. It's been a while. You a pilot yet? Overnight, she got a pretty good monthly income. Who was it that did that? I'm not going to give names because that person is occasionally in our community. You're a pilot now. Everybody, cheers in chat for Sparky. Sparky is a pilot now. That's so amazing. We'll throw some hypes for that one. Look at that. But yeah, you say simps. That's the pseudo relationship that individuals have. We are living in a terrible society. There is nothing that we can do anymore. There are people who look. If you've never seen if you've never seen The Newsroom with Jeff Daniels, it's a great show. There's an episode where a congresswoman has been shot in the head, and all the other major networks are saying she's dead. And Don, one of the producers, gets into an argument with another guy and says, it's a person. A doctor declares her dead, not the news. I am so tired of living in a country right now where, yes, we can talk about undocumented immigrants. And to call them illegal aliens is just as valid as to call them undocumented, because they're undocumented because they don't have a document. But what people have to realize when they're making the argument about undocumented immigrants is that some of them are documented. Well, what do you mean? What I mean is there is a document that is a final order of removal for them. That's a legal document, which means you're making an argument that we should call them undocumented immigrants, but you're simultaneously ignoring the fact that some of them are illegal aliens, right? Because they're here illegally. A judge has said so. Well, it's only a civil offense, but it's not. How do you have an argument with people when they don't even know they don't even know at the end of the day what their standing is? And somebody gave me this really great article. Let me see if I can grab it. This article, this isn't an easy read. I'm not giving you something that you're going to read in 2 seconds. This has taken me, like, I've been going over this a little bit at a time. I mean, I've read the paper, but this is, this is an intense read. This is a very, very, very well done article. We developed this research on 2 premises. The first premise states that coordinated attitude structures as exposed by network modeling can reveal and inform latent social identities, hence making network modeling a fruitful approach to study intergroup phenomenon of interdisciplinary interest, such as polarization. This is not your standard content creation where, and I'm not joking, I'm not making this up. If you want, this is the guide that I got and why I fail as a creator. I fully understand this is why I fail as a creator. A creator coach. Use a 4th grade reading level. Folks, I'm sorry. I'm never going to be able to I'm never going to be able to use a 4th grade reading level. I haven't had a 4th grade reading level since I was like 6 years old. I don't think I've had a 4th grade reading level for very much longer after I could read, because that's what I had to do. The reading is what I had. You remember after school, there were like 3 good cartoons. That was it. There was a lot of times I was, you know, I always had 3 or 4 novels in my backpack. My parents always had books. Like, here, read this. To be successful in today's modern content creation, you have to keep it at a 4th grade reading level. So the paper, most of my community should be able to digest most of that paper. It is an academic paper, written at a very high level. It's meant to show that attitudes are just not isolated thoughts. They're part of a larger belief system. And unfortunately, when it comes to everything that has a dichotomy, it is people identifying who and what they are, but also at the same time as who and what they are not. And I broke this out on my Discord, how this ends up being used. It's the subtle art of manipulation. So, and you're absolutely right. You can't do a politics stream if you use 4th grade reading level. Politics gets nuanced or technical. Absolutely. But Diddy was just acquitted of his sex trafficking and extortion charges. He was instead charged with transportation with the purpose of prostitution. No, he wasn't charged, Salty. He was convicted. He was acquitted on sex trafficking charges, convicted on prostitution counts. Hip-hop icon Sean Diddy Combs was stunningly acquitted Wednesday on federal charges, forcing his former lovers to live out his degrading sexual fantasies, but found guilty of lesser prostitution. Combs, better known as Diddy, dodged charges that carried a possible life sentence after a 2-month trial that revealed twisted details about him, including his preference for freak-offs, watching his girlfriends have grueling, drug-fueled sex romps with male escorts. The embattled entrepreneur had faced life in prison after being charged with racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. But a jury convicted him only of prostitution charges stemming from the shipping of escorts across state lines, which could still send him to prison for 20 years. And let me help you out, man. Let me help you out. If he goes to jail after all the freaky deaky came out about him, then as Robin Williams once said, the bull market is what your ass can bear. Jurors deliberated for 13 hours over 3 days, leading to a dramatic scene. Combs nodded his head repeatedly as the verdict was read out and pumped his fist as the jury cleared him on sex trafficking charges, saying thank you for being cleared on the most serious charge. Guilty of 2 Mann Act transportation counts, which are prostitution charges carrying a maximum prison term of 10 years. After the verdict, Combs' lawyer asked the judge to release the rapper from jail and into home confinement. My proposal would be that he be released today, that he be permitted to live at his home in Florida. Will likely decide whether Combs should be released after he listens to legal arguments from the prosecution and defense. We're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes. He still faces substantial jail time. So let me tell you right now, I think the judge would be an idiot to let him. First of all, I think a New York judge would be an idiot to let him leave the jurisdiction of New York. Because he's got the means to flee. He's facing 10 years minimum in jail. I'm gonna check something real quick, because I am not your lawyer. I just play one on TV. I gotta look up the federal statute. Yeah, the Mann Act, 18 USC 2421. You cannot. Yeah, the FSA specifically lists certain offenses that make inmates ineligible for earned time, and those offenses generally involve violent crimes, terrorism, espionage, human trafficking, and sex offenses. So he's looking at 10-10. If he gets sentenced consecutively, he could get sentenced concurrently, which means he would only serve 10 years. That's the judge's discretion. But this isn't going to be one of those he's sentenced to 10 and he's out in 6.5. Because you can't get good time for sex offenses. This is one of those instances where they didn't vertically they didn't vertically overcharge him. They didn't horizontally overcharge him. I am actually going to be very, very interested in the I'm going to be very, very interested on the when all the court documents are now unsealed. I'm going to be very interested in seeing some lawyers write up. Is it a 10 to 20 per charge? No, it's the Mann Act is maximum of 10, but because they're separate charges, the judge can sentence consecutively or concurrently. Because yeah, it's not a 10 to 20 range, it's 210 max. 210 max convictions. Now that doesn't mean the judge even has to sentence him to 10 years. It's up to 10. Let me see. Minimum sentencing Mann Act convictions. Yeah, 18 USC 2421 does not have a mandatory minimum. So the judge could literally okay, yeah, there is a secondary rider to it. But I don't think any of the victims were under the age of 18. So on convictions on 18 USC 2421, where the victim is under the age of 18, it includes a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years. Yeah, he could in theory get a conviction with time served. I don't think the country could survive that. I don't think the country, and here's what I'm tired of. I don't think the country would survive that because it would turn into the largest racial riot ever. And it's not what the country needs right now. It's not what we need. But that's the Diddy, there we go with the Diddy verdict. Let me switch gears now because I got totally thrown off, and I'm not going to try to go back to my psychology article. I would like to propose the Enough is Enough party. Let me know if you guys are down with the Enough is Enough party. I'm kind of tired of us only having two political parties. And as I've said before, the problem with two political parties is, let's say I want strict gun control. So that makes me a Democrat. Well, what if I'm opposed to abortion? Then what party do I join? You're literally asking me to decide which one of those issues is more important to me. And as you can see, we've got the Republicans, they're the right, they're the conservatives. We've got the Democrats, they're the left, they're the liberals. I want to form the Enough is Enough party. I want to be the middle. And if you got to put a tag on us, you can call us the Common Sense Party. There is a Common Sense Party running around. I'm stealing their name because they're not doing enough with it. I do think healthcare section could be a tad more definitive, but otherwise the Common Sense Party sounds good. So you think the healthcare section. Can we please actually understand the problem first? Private healthcare, public healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Affairs, TRICARE, military healthcare. Nobody even talks about all of them properly. Here's why I say we can't fix the problem until we understand the problem. We have lawmakers. Okay. You cannot be on federal Medicaid because no such beast exists. You have federal lawmakers saying there are immigrants on federal Medicaid. Well, you're a federal lawmaker. What the fuck is federal Medicaid? There is no federal Medicaid. Medicaid is funded by the federal government with some overarching guidelines, but Medicaid is administered at the state level. A federal lawmaker has no idea if there is if there is individuals on state Medicaid, because a federal legislator isn't dealing with the state. Now, if they have proof of it, stop saying it's happening and bring the receipts. But in order to do that, mind your business. If your state is doing it, call out your state. If Illinois has illegal immigrants on Medicaid, then call out J.B. Pritzker and say, you're the governor of this shithole. Why are illegal immigrants on Medicaid? You're done with the Democrats that say we need to reach across the aisle in regards to some of the most heinous shit. Sometimes you need to stand your ground and say, no, this is not the best interest of the country or its population. You're absolutely right. You are 1,000,000,000% right. We need to stop this reach across the aisle bullshit argument, and what we need to do is we need to say that shit is wrong, and we're not going to engage in shit that's wrong. We're just not going to do that. That's not going to happen. Elon Musk, I would fucking love to get linked up with Elon Musk. I'd love it. Elon Musk has the money to run candidates in all 33 Senate districts that are up for election next year. He has enough money to run all 435 House seats. Elon Musk has enough money to single-handedly seize control of the legislature. He has the money to do it. Elon Musk, if he wanted to do it, yeah, we do need to reach across the aisle and slap the fuck out of some people. But the problem is, as I started off the show, we're talking about people. Look, I don't like the idea of illegal aliens. I don't like I don't like the idea of people being here illegally. And I'm more than willing to talk about the 10.99 million, and I haven't pulled June's numbers yet. I usually wait till about the 5th of the month to pull the previous month's numbers because I know how the government works. And since it's a holiday week, it probably won't get any work out of those government cocksuckers anyway. And I'm not trying, like, most people are probably taking liberal use of leave today and tomorrow because Friday's a holiday. Or Monday could be a conjoined 4-day weekend for some places. So we probably won't see June's numbers until the 8th or 9th of July. But they're people. They're people. Is this something new? No, this is me. The Common Sense Party is me. I wrote that. Because the Republicans want lower taxes. The Democrats only want to tax the rich. I want to stop wasting money. I want to balance the budget and then talk about raising taxes. I want to drain the swamp. Look, I'm just going to say it how it is. We dropped $60 million worth of bunker busters on Iran. I can't even tell you legally, I can't tell you how much money we spent flying the B-2 bombers over there because that's a classified number. Between all the resources that were used and all the now turn time on those aircraft, that's a very fucking large number. But we didn't even get mission accomplished. The Republicans want less government regulation. The Democrats want more in healthcare and education. I want to set up systems that actually function. You're broke, you're poor, you suddenly get disabled. I want it to be set up that from the moment you file for Social Security, you cannot lose your house, you cannot lose your car, your utilities cannot be shut off. Now, if we set that rule and regulation into place, the moment you file for Social Security disability, you can't lose your house. The bank just, you get this letter. You go into Social Security and you're like, I have to file for disability. And I don't have any earthly idea how. And they're like, okay, here's your cover sheet. Here's your intention to file for Social Security disability. Now, you go to the bank and you're like, hey, I can't make my mortgage payment. Here's my federal letter. You call your car loan company. Hey, I can't pay my car loan. Here's my federal letter. Here's the trick to that, though. That's the carrot. If you rent, who pays the rent? The landlord's stuck with you. The landlord is stuck with you. Give me a second, I'll get there. Well, the carrot is that you get this letter and you're able to give it to places and it pauses you getting your shit shut off. It also gives them the number for the settlement account that's going to happen, because remember, when you become disabled, you get a lump sum back check. Now, imagine if we knew how many different places were being impacted by a slow ass system. You got a guy who goes in to Social Security and he's just lost his fucking dominant hand. And he's been a carpenter for 10 years. That's a no goddamn brainer. That doesn't need weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of fucking records and pulls and can he work left-handed? Guy walks in and he's like, yeah, I've been a carpenter for 10 years. I lost my hand on a power saw. Give that man some fucking disability. You might not keep him on it forever, but that's a no-brainer. That should go to the Department of No-Brainers. Get him some money today so he can stay in his fucking house, so he doesn't lose his car, so he doesn't fucking have his lights shut off or his water shut off, so he can maybe buy some fucking groceries. It takes the Social Security average, the target is 45 days for them to work your file. 45 days. That's the target. And they never hit it. They never ever hit it. Some people, it takes 5 years to get their Social Security. Initial filing appeal, elevated review, denied. Next review, final Social Security review, denied. Administrative law judge hearing. That motherfucker is 6 to 8 months down the road. When you ask to see the administrative law judge, that's right now, that's next year. The soonest you're gonna, and of course it depends on your area, it depends on where you're at, it depends on the workload, but that's next year. It's July, man. That's next year. What the fuck are you supposed to do for 6 months? How are you supposed to eat? Where are you supposed to sleep? If you look at how many subsidies the United States gives major corporations that are in the top 10 to 20 most profitable companies, it's easy to figure out where to stop wasting money to get cash to cover several hundreds of thousands of people's rent. Yeah. We give corporations subsidies. Now, don't be offended when I say this. Most people hear the phrase Reaganomics, trickle-down economics, and they have a Pavlovian response to it, and they don't understand trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics works every single day. And I'm saying this as a person who engages in trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics works every single day of the week. The problem is it doesn't work at the rate it's designed to. Instead of being trickle down, it's more like drip faucet down. Do we need to plug the loophole that Elon Musk uses to keep funding things? Yes, we abso-fucking-lutely do. We need to plug that loophole, because that loophole is absolute total dog shit. 1 second. So, I understand, kind of like the Donald Trump thing, where everybody's like, Donald Trump is a fucking criminal. He avoided paying taxes, all these things. Just because something is good for the economy doesn't mean it's good for the national debt. And I understand completely why the ultra rich don't want to plug the loophole, because giving money to the United States government is like giving money to a homeless person. If a homeless person has a sign that says need money for food, I'll go in and buy him a sandwich. I stopped doing charity to homeless people because I walked in and I bought a bottle of water and a sandwich for a guy once. I walked up and said, here you go. And he fucking threw the sandwich. Brand new fucking sandwich, completely edible. He could have fucking shoved it in his goddamn pocket and eaten it later. He threw the sandwich. He's like, I don't want fucking food. I want money for drugs. And that was the last time I ever gave a homeless person money. Fuck them. I give money to Extra Life for Kids. I give money to the Ronald McDonald Charity House. And I know some people would say, why do I give money to the Ronald McDonald Charity House? And And it's because when my daughter was in the hospital, they gave me a place to lay down. They gave me a place to sleep. They gave me a place to shower. They fed me. I was going to the Ronald McDonald Charity House. I was going to the hospital twice a day, but I needed to take a shower before I could go into the NICU. And a couple of times I forgot to bring a change of clothes, and they went and found me scrubs so I could see my kid in the NICU, because I couldn't go in my uniform because I had fuel and oil and lubricant and shit. You can't go in there like that. So that's why I give money to the Ronald McDonald Charity House. Yes, I wish McDonald's would just put more money into their charitable organization. But I don't want to take money out of the system, because remember, and again, I want to go back to, I want to write rules that make sense. Government regulation, Republicans want less. The Democrats want it in a couple of places. I want it in banking. I think the very idea of 90% fractional lending is why we're in so much trouble in the first place. You give the bank $100,000 and they can give somebody a $90,000 mortgage. But then that person has a $90,000 mortgage, and that money, after the title company takes a cut and the realtor takes a cut, the seller gets that money and they put it in the bank. Well, if they happen to put it in the same bank, and this is what's completely just fucked, and this is where I don't want to worry about all the other problems. I want to worry about the money problem. So I just happen to have $100,000 sitting around. I give it to the bank. The bank only has to keep $10K of that cash on hand. The other $90,000 they can give to a person to buy a home. And ultimately, through all the wickets and all the places, it eventually ends up coming back to the bank, the banking industry, as $90,000. So now they can loan out $81,000. Well, how the fuck are you gonna carry $171,000 worth of debt? You have now $171,000 worth of liability against $10,000 that you're holding. Well, it's $10,000 plus $9,000 that you're holding. You're holding $171,000 in liability versus $19K in holdings. We wonder why the banks need to be bailed out so fucking often. Their policies are bad. Let's fix that. What else can we fix with a very minimum amount of issue? And you're getting your Greek citizenship? I would get the fuck out of here. Peace the fuck out of the United States. Recently saw an economist discuss how all the issues with fractional lending could be fixed by individuals being allowed to bank through the central banking system, which is currently not possible because of laws made to force people to use private banking. Well, yes, but it doesn't matter who's administering fractional lending. Fractional lending means the moment you allow more than 49% fractional lending, banks are carrying more liability than they have cash on hand. If they only loan out 50, well, even at 50, I think it's 25%. I don't have fractional lending notes in front of me. I think it's 25% that they can loan out and not carry more debt than they have, assuming it comes back to them. But yeah, we have too many banks. And have you noticed that banks are competing for money? Banks are so broke right now. It's not that they're broke, it's that they don't have any liquidity. Banks are so broke right now. Yeah, speculative banking, absolutely. Yes, if we had a central banking system, this is one of those cases where a monopoly is better than free capitalism. But right now, banks are suffering from a massive problem with liquidity. They don't have any. Let me see if I can pull up the CD rate thing, because this is so stupid right now. Right now, the terms of CDs is that they only want to give you certain terms. Yeah, so let me show you this. So interest rates are falling at banks, right? So I'm a little mad, right, that interest rates are falling because I have a block of money that I need to keep somewhat liquid. So 7, 13, or 19 months. Can I just ask, what the fuck sense does that make? And the reason why it makes sense is they have a short-term liquidity problem. Stop doing it. Fuck's sake. They have a short-term liquidity problem, so they want your money today. But they're not assuming interest rates are going to stay strong for a year after 7 months from now. So they're speculating that in January of 2026, interest rates are going to get normalized by the Fed. But here's the really fucked part. Unless you give them the money for the terms that they want, look at the interest rates for every other interval. They don't want your money for less than 7 months. But they don't want to let you put it in for 8 to 12 months. They only want money that puts the payout at particular points on the spectrum. Are any of the older people remember when the banks wanted your money on a CD and the longer you put it in, the more they gave you? Because they didn't have to fucking worry about you taking it out in 7 months? They just want to make the fiscal year. Or what they have right now is the same thing the US government has. They have an awful lot of CDs that are coming due in the next 7 months. Or let's say they know on their books they have a lot of CDs coming due in the next 4 months. So they want to get an influx of cash because they need to have cash on hand when all the CDs come due. You haven't noticed that with the bank? What happens with the bank is that when your CD comes due, sometimes you can get like a really, really good rate. And you're like, why can all of a sudden I get this really, really good rate? It's because they have the money to give it to you. They just don't want to give it to you. That's what happened the last time when my money matured. I always do the same thing, and it's like a game of chess that I have with my banker, because I know my banker is bound to follow the script, but my banker knows that I know that she's required to follow the script. So we play a standard opening. It's like, hey, my CD is due. Hey, yeah, are you looking to reinvest? No, I'd like to know what my options are, but I don't think the options are going to be very good. I looked up your rate, and I'm just going to take my money in cash, and I'm going to take my money over to Discover. Oh, why are you going to take your money over to Discover? Oh, because Discover's willing to give me, whatever it is, 4.7%, and they're willing to give me $250 extra. Well, I can't do that for you, but what I can do is let me go talk to the bank manager. Let us go make a phone call. Yeah, we can't give you a flat 250, but we can bump that. We can bump that up by 0.4 of a point. Yeah, it's the Jalan Gambit. We can bump that up by 0.4 of a point. So if you bump it by 0.4 of a point, I'll still just be able to pull my standard personal loans with no problem, no question. Oh yeah, we'll keep offering you that courtesy. Cool, thanks. What I really wanted was the guarantee that I can pull personal loans. Yeah, the extra 0.4 of a point is nice. And I really didn't want to give Discover $150,000 because that's a pain in the ass. So everything's good. But the average schmuck that walks in there, like somebody that's negotiating for a mortgage and they don't know how it works. And then your mortgage, you say to your mortgage company, you're like, yeah, this mortgage rate is like really high. I'm going to go shopping elsewhere. And then all of a sudden they send you a new bid and they've dropped your rate by 0.75 of a point, but your closing costs have gone up by $1,800. Well, you didn't do me a fucking favor. You just are going to charge me $1,800 because I'm buying down points. By the way, folks, don't ever the fuck buy down interest rate points. Don't ever fucking do that. If your credit is so shitty, yeah, as a buy down, don't ever buy down interest rate points. Is the ability to take a personal loan the most important thing for me when choosing a good bank? Yes. And I'll tell you why. By being able to take a personal loan from the bank up to usually they'll give me 40% without question. I don't even have to tell them the reason why. They'll give me 40% of whatever I have in that CD. So if I need to flip money really quickly, I don't have to sit there and fucking hem and haw and wring my hands. Yeah, they're considering against my CD. Now, I can leverage 100% of the CD, but then that costs me generally more than I'm making. But like I told you, there was about 4 years ago now, about 4 years ago, there was a piece of property and I was interested in buying it. And what happened was, it was a weird ass shaped piece of property. It was kind of like that. And it was 180K and nobody that was involved in the deal could leverage money, and it's tied to another subdivision like over here. The subdivision was trying to buy it. 3 individual people were trying to buy it. Lots of people were trying to buy it. Nobody could leverage money. I just walked into the bank and I said, look, you're going to have your money back in a day or two. I just need a secured loan against my pension, against my IRA and my CD. I said, I'm not asking for more than I have, and I'll sign them both over as collateral. And that shit was done in less than an hour. So I bought the piece of property, went over to City Hall with the 3 people who wanted to buy it. They already had subdivided up the parcel to include what the city would get for roads and sewers and access and all that. So went over there, got that approved, went back to the title company. They were all still sitting there. So, Balm, I buy it from you. Here's your money. No offense. Fuck off now. Don't want you in this meeting. Walk over to these guys, and it's like 180 minus fees, and then they each gave me like 66,000 because I did all of the survey, change, plotting, and all that. So at the end of the day, at the end of the same day, I walked into the bank and I said, here you go. Here's your check from you guys being there. 2 of the 3 people were paying with mortgages from your own bank. The bank manager was like, you did that so much cleaner than we could have done it. Yeah, give me this money. Here's 2 checks from your own bank. You have 2/3 of your money back. Well, they had more than 2/3 back because there was my kick on top of it. We make banking so fucking impossible. Like the rent thing that the lady was talking about the other day. Talk about the political platform. What I want is I want laws. I want the Common Sense Party to pass government regulation that if a person can prove that they're already paying $2,400 a month and their mortgage would only be $1,700 a month, then make them pay $2,100 a month, give them $300 off for some breathing room, and then make them pay $2,100 a month until they satisfy some equity number. And if you want to make that equity number 20%, we can do that. But don't tell a person they can't get a loan for $1,700 a month when they're paying $2,400 a month. And don't say to them, well, just save up 20% because they can't. Because they can't get that kind of money together. You want them to come up with 20% holdings when you won't give them the housing that's, $700 less a month. My daughter and her boyfriend are in this situation. Their friend, and by the way, folks, I'm going to say it, I'm going to scream it from the mountaintops. You either have business partners, you have friends, or you have family. You either have business partners, friends, or family. My business partners are not my friends, and I make sure they understand that. I make sure my friends understand that once we go into business together, we're not friends anymore. Because when money's on, nothing fucks up a good friendship. Nothing fucks up a good friendship like money. We're either friends or we're business partners. If we're family and you want to go into business with me, that contract is written like a fourth grader. Not on my side, but on their side. You have to understand, this is what you owe me. This is what you owe me. This is what you owe me. My daughter and her boyfriend living with their friend, instead of moving and getting their apartment at the top of July, they're getting it in the middle of July. Well, the roommate wants them out, so he changed the Wi-Fi password. You're gonna throw away a friendship over petty ass shit? But it's the lesson I tried to teach him. If your name is on the lease, whose name is on the internet? If your name's on the internet, walk up to that fucking router, unplug it, plug your own router in. Set up your own Wi-Fi password. Then take their router so that they can't set it up. But don't live with assholes. Don't do that. You're either friends, your business partners, or your family. You should only ever be one. Let's look at the dichotomy of the immigration thing. The Republicans want strict immigration. The Democrats want open immigration. I'm just going to say this, and I don't give a fuck if I offend anybody. You can leave if I offend you, or you can stay and try to change my mind. Somebody explain this to me. Other than fixing votes in the census, what is the value to the American people by having open immigration policies? Because I would love to hear the value to the American people. Yeah, open immigration, that sounds like a terrible idea. Now, they're idealistic. You're idealistic. But look at me being more idealistic. Remove everyone who shouldn't be here. Fix all of the systems, then become a nation of legal immigrants. What's the key word there? Legal immigrants. Legal. My father is a legal immigrant. I am not against immigration. I am against illegal immigration. And as I joke with my family right now, I tell my family I got to pay for another Disney trip. If any of them are here illegally, I'm calling ICE. LGBTQ views. The Republicans have an emphasis on religion and family values. The Democrats have support for LGBTQ rights. Can I just point out that, and I didn't make this dichotomy. I didn't make this dichotomy. This is where everywhere you look up the left versus the right and you look up LGBTQ views, this is how it gets divided. So this isn't Jalan doing this. This is every left versus right, every conservative versus liberal. Why are we pairing up emphasis on religion and family values against LGBTQ rights? We shouldn't be. It's a stupid fucking argument. Now, does this... Hold on, I can't. Does this need to come off of this line? Yes. Does religion and family values have to be its own line? Yes. So what I really want is I really want to add a line to the chart where we talk about religion and family values. And then I want to have the Republicans tell me what they actually think about LGBTQ plus rights. Now you'll notice over here, I talk about it. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are 1, the age of consent, 2, consenting. Do we want to have another line down here called transgender issues? Sure. I want to have a line down there that called transgender issues. If you were born biologically a male and you transition to being a female, I have no problem with you. I have no problem with you wanting to participate in sports. I have a problem with you being born a biological male, not having transitioned to being a female and competing in female sports. There was an individual, they are a part of my community. Who they are isn't people's business. They contacted me privately. They are, in fact, a male to female transgender. They were born biologically male. They transitioned to female. They were a soccer player in high school. And they said, because they had already started their transitioning, they found very, very quickly when they started all their hormone treatment, they lost a ton of their muscle mass because they were being given inhibitors to their testosterone and they were being given estrogen. And they said very, very quickly, I was no longer, and they said, but if I had been allowed to not to play before my, and this person, they're in Europe, not that I'm not sure if that matters, but I'm not familiar with European law and regulation and medical and all that to this level. They said because they were competing in high school sports as a transgender, they had routine blood draws. Not specifically to compete in the sport, but because they were on hormone therapy, they had routine blood draws, and the results of those blood draws had to be submitted to the school. Otherwise, if their testosterone level was too high, they would have been forced to then be in the middle of transitioning and go back to playing male soccer. What's wrong with that? When you say that, that's a perfectly reasonable and rational middle ground. If you are in the middle of transitioning, then we will set mins and maxes for chemical levels. If you are in this range, you compete in the male league. If you're in this range, you'll compete in the female league. Or we can go a step further. Right? We can go one step further. We can make transgender sports. But then we get the argument that you're trying to separate us and not make us equal. Women have their own sports. Yeah, you'll still sometimes scare the shit out of your wife about how casually you can reach over and pick up an object with one hand and move it across the space and set it down when she's struggling to move it with two hands. Most of the time when the Amazon boxes come, I'm streaming and my spouse gets them. But some of the times that you guys see me leave, because my kid is usually run up here, and said, hey, you got to come get, because Amazon likes to ship us an 88-pound box. The other day, there was a 45-pound box on the front step, and my 12-year-old picked it up. My 12-year-old is freakishly strong. There is a difference between what is she? How do I not get yelled at? A 20-year-old, fucking know a 2019-year-old, because that's how you say 39 without calling them 39, and a 12-year-old. You say, I don't see why they can't be together, because they shouldn't be together. Because religion views and LGBTQ views, if you lump them together, then what is naturally going to happen, and it shouldn't, but what's naturally going to happen is, when you say the emphasis is on religion and family values, what does that have to do with LGBTQ rights? See, the Republicans get penned in. They say, well, we want the sanctity of marriage. Okay, you can want the sanctity of marriage, but then instead of, and this is where nobody likes to hear this, if the Republicans want to make a sanctity of marriage argument, then I want to put my hand up when the LGBTQ community wants to jump in, and I want to be like, I got this one. Let's not talk about the sanctity of marriage and have it have anything to do with LGBTQ. Let's talk about the sanctity of marriage with, let's make sure fathers are in the home. Let's make sure fathers don't have to jump through 900 hoops to see their kids. Let's make sure moms can't weaponize DCFS. All of those things. Yeah, your sexual preference doesn't matter when it comes... Well, hold on a second. Your sexual preference does matter when it comes to religion. Your sexual preference does matter when it comes to religion. And the reason why is because you have staunch interpreters of the Bible and you have casual interpreters of the Bible. For example, Hasidic Jews can't even hug their sister. If you're a male Hasidic Jew, Hasidic Orthodox, I think we need both of those words. Again, I'm not a Jewish scholar. After the age of 9, brothers and sisters can't hug. Do I think that makes a lick of sense? Not at all. I don't think that makes a lick of sense, but I'm not shitting on it. You know why I'm not shitting on it? Because I'm not trying to practice that faith. As long as they don't say anything to me about when I walk up to my sister's smaller than me. My sister is smaller than me, but I'm baby brother. So when I walk up, my sister will put her arm around me, I'll give her a hug. I'm bigger than her by about 5-6 inches, but I'm baby brother. I wouldn't want to live in a world where I can't give my sister a hug. But as long as you don't shit on my beliefs that I hug my sister, I won't shit on your religious beliefs. How the fuck are there people smaller than me? Because fuck you, I'm almost 6 foot. I'm 5'11 3/4. I am as close to 6 foot as you can get without being 6 foot. Shit, man, when I lost all the weight, people telling me shit, you're small now. No, I'm just not fat. But I mean, if there are churches out there, it doesn't even come up, and if it does, they support them. No, I think your numbers are wrong. I don't think 9 out of 10 churches support LGBTQ. Let's see if we can find some quick statistics. Uh, 34%. 34% of America's 100 largest churches have non-affirming LGBTQ policies. So I think 17, based on some other numbers I'm seeing, 17% of churches, 17 of the top 100 size churches in America are against LGBTQ. Another 17% aren't welcoming, but they're not necessarily against. Just remember, until the last pope, the Catholic Church was kind of like, you're an abomination. Which I think is funny considering how many sex scandals the church had. Yeah, but you're saying your church. Don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not making a person like, I don't give a fuck about your church. I give a fuck about churches. I don't care about an individual church. An individual church is a single data point among thousands of data points. I've been to churches, right? I've been to churches where they didn't like my interpretation of one of the commandments. I've also had hours and hours and hours of discourse with Catholic priests all the way up to my cardinal. And I had him challenging his interpretation of one of the commandments. Because I went and read the original, not the 17 times retranslated, right? But the actual origin. Sex scandals or child sex scandals. Most people these days don't care if the pastor, as long as he's single. Yeah, child sex scandals is what they we're talking about in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Every church is different, so it's hard to find the right one for you. That's another problem we have. Every church is different, and yet they... Shit, I don't want to go down the religion rabbit hole, but I'll go down the religion rabbit hole. If you're Catholic, don't be offended. This is a compliment. Catholic churches are like McDonald's. It doesn't matter if you're in Tulsa or San Antonio or Pasadena or New York or Chicago, Detroit, Boston, Philadelphia. You go into a Catholic church, the only thing that's not going to be the same is the sermon. That's it. When you go into a Catholic church, every Catholic this morning heard the same reading, because the lectern tells you today the first reading is this, right? The second reading is this. The gospel of today is this. There's no debate. There's no discussion. Today's sermon by the pastor or the priest is going to be about the gospel of today. Now, he can bring in whatever he wants, but it's ding, 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 because that's the reading for today. Ding, 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 ding. The songs will be different. We don't have standard songs, but ding, 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 ding. It's the McDonald's of religion. Everywhere else is individualized. No, he does the sermon after the gospel. You have the first reading, the second reading, the gospel, the sermon. Sometimes the sermon is really short. Sometimes the sermon is a direct interpretation. What this means is, I'm going to go. Are sermons normally longer on Sunday? Yeah, when you have the whole congregation. No, the Catholic Church has church every day. We have church every single day. Now, not every church is open every day, because some are really small, or sometimes it's a one priest faith. We only have 2 in town, and one's old. Oh, I'm only talking about Catholics. So I'll Congregation of the Faith. Oh wait, what are you saying? I don't know that one. Chronicles of Illyria. What is COE in your? What are you? A Church of England? Come on, man. Acronyms suck. Church of England. Okay. Why do you think the U.S. ended up with so many different denominations? Is it due to the size of the nation? That is a great question. Why did the United States end up with so many denominations? Well, think about how our country started. Why is Pennsylvania Quaker? Because the Quakers weren't allowed to stay in England. Why is Maryland Catholic? Because Lord Baltimore was told this Catholic shit in England isn't going to fly anymore. Massachusetts was the Puritans. Rhode Island was Roger Williams. Connecticut was more Puritans, but they weren't the same Puritans as Massachusetts. So when you have Puritans, Quakers, Catholics, and Protestants that are all getting kicked out of England, remember, the King of England made a huge tactical error. If you think about it, the King of England made a huge fucking mistake. The King of England should have packed up his family. He should have sent part of his army to America. He should have sent his engineers to America to build a new castle. And then he should have just packed that shit up and given it to the barons and been like, fuck y'all bitches, I'm out. You can have this shithole. They would have torn that. Think about it. Think about what would have happened in England. We'll call it the island of fucking Britain, Scotland, Wales. If the King of England had just fucking packed off to America, he could have fucking loaded the boats with as much gold and jewels and spice. He still didn't know how to cook with it. And fucking rolled over here. The barons would have torn England apart. Because you create that power vacuum. Well, I should be king. Or I should be king. We don't need a king. Yes, we need a king. We had a king, he left. He left because we're all fuckholes. I've got an army. You've got an army. The Scots are like, we've got lots of army. The King of England made a huge mistake. He should have rolled. Instead of exiling people to America, we would have a bigger France then. We probably would. But you know what we'd have? You know what we would have? We would have the United States of England. And we wouldn't have a parliament. Because the king would have been like, woo! Dodge that shit. The only thing we're having in this country is ministers. We're going to have the minister of this area. We're going to have the governor. We're not going to have no fucking barons. You're not going to have the right to have an army. Think about a king that rolled over to England and would have been like, okay, number one, I'm not going to have nobility because they're not going to have the right to arms. They're not going to have the right to army. They're going to have the right to give up people when I need an army. Parliament? No, we ain't having that shit. We ain't having a council of barons. That shit's out of control. Let's see. What else we got? I think I almost made it down to the bottom of the list. Education. The right, the conservatives, the Republicans, they push for school choice and parental control over the curriculum. I'm not talking about the 1700s there, Bubba. I'm talking about the before they started sending them over there. I'm talking about like late 15, early 16s. Plus, they would have dodged that whole war. The Republicans want parental control over the curriculum. The Democrats want student loan relief and inclusive curricula. Let's start with making sure kids can read, write, do math, and be ready to be adults at 18. Let's also stop student loans at 15% total interest. I mean, do we really need 900 different rules and regulations for schools when they're so fucked up anyway? And again, what I want to, without foot stomping too big of a hole in it, being told that to be a good content creator means having a message that is only one digestible line and using a 4th grade reading level. Look, man, if in order to be a successful content creator, I have to drop my content down to a 4th grade reading level, then I don't even fucking want to be a content creator. I understand that my written guides are like college level writing. No, student loans are one of the only things you can't discharge due to bankruptcy. No, I'm not talking 11%. I'm talking you borrow 100,000, you should only have to pay back 115. You shouldn't borrow 100,000, be 35 years old, have made payments every year since you graduated college, and still owe $97,000. If you failed the last year in college, you done fucked up. If you fail college at this point, you fucked up. Now, getting a thesis rejected, that's a little different. But if you fail college, how the fuck do you fail college? Most of the people teaching undergraduate don't even have, well, I won't say most. A lot of people teaching undergraduate are doctoral candidates. They don't want to fail a bunch of students because then they get reviewed. Now, I told people I didn't give a shit. When I was a student, teaching assistant. It's like not student teacher. When I was a teaching assistant, I told the people, I was like, look, I don't give a shit if you pass or you fail. But if you fail, I'll fail you. They're like, well, won't that affect you? No, because I don't give a shit. If they come to me and say, you're failing too many students, I'm gonna be like, because they can't fucking read. Yeah, the last year, well, I'm not gonna say the last year is a lot harder, because the last year of university should be a lot harder, but seeing now, kids can graduate college and only take, at some universities, and I know they all number their shit different, you only have to take one class that's above a 350. The only thing you need to take is in your major, your senior seminar or your final thing. One of your classes has to be above a 350. That's insane. Yeah, those 3% are screwed, but those 3% did it to themselves. It's like what Faye said. If you fail in your 4th year of university, you didn't set yourself up for success in the first 3. I mean, what is college? Reading and writing and regurgitating. Now, is science and math a little bit different? Yes. I will give science and math, I will cut them out of the pie a little bit. Because as I learned, you can be really, really good at geometry and physics. Right? You can be really, really good at geometry and physics. You can be really, really good at algebra and the algebra that goes along with geometry and physics. And let's just be honest, no bullshit, real talk. Moving into calculus under the guise of you should be able to do this because you could do algebra, physics, and geometry. I'm sorry, I keep saying physics. I should be saying trigonometry. Because you're good at algebra, geometry, and trigonometry, and you go to calculus, that's like saying you should be able to learn Greek because you speak Latin. Like, yeah, I'm good at this language, doesn't automatically mean I'm gonna be good at this one. Like, when you're good at science, you're good at biology. Doesn't mean you're going to be good at physics. It means you're going to be good at biology. You're good at chemistry. You should be good at organic chemistry because they're different dialects of the same shit, to put it into language. But you're good at biology. Doesn't mean you're going to be good at organic chemistry. Why do you study biology? Because I suck at math. Oh, holy fuck. What do you do at that point? Just take a job you qualify for and you take that much longer to pay it off? Yeah. Yeah. College is a collection of smaller pictures to make a bigger one. Yeah, college is a collection of smaller pictures to make a bigger one if you're not majoring in panty raids and bongs. Like, if you're at college giving a shit about college, like, is it over there? Yeah. I was a history major. And as I told you guys, I was in college at 16. Hey, can I show you off? Side break. You guys remember that little kidder that we saved whose whole family, his whole litter died? Look at the size of this guy. Oh, I know. Oh, hi. This is Imperio. He survived. He just had his first birthday. He's a little sickly. Hi. Why don't you want to? Can I baby you? Can we do baby? Hi. They want to see you. Oh, okay. You don't want to be seen. But that's Imperio. He's the one of the 6 that lived. He's the boy who lived. He's also now the king of the house. He runs this place. But if I was in college at 16, and I was a history major because I was pre-law. And history, poli-sci, or criminology are your 3 really pre-law tracks as undergrad. I went history because my university had 4 seats at John Marshall Law School. If you were one of the top 4 students in the pre-law track, you were admitted. That was it. It was a feeder school. It was like, oh, hey, you have a pulse and you passed the LSAT. And passing the LSAT means you put your name on the top of the piece of paper. And you didn't choose, I'm a potato. Well, one of my professors laughed. Friday night, I'm still in the stacks. I don't have, like, what am I going to do as a college student at 16? Go to the high school football game? Right? It just didn't make sense. So Friday night, I'm in the stacks and I'm reading the books. And I remember his name was Dr. Costello. And this was 29 years ago, I think. Ish. He came into the stacks, and we only had 4 computers in the library. And he sees me, and he walks over, and he's like, hey, young man. And when people call me young man, I always assume I'm in trouble. I said, yes, sir. He's like, what are you doing here? I was like, oh, I'm reading, and I flipped up the book. And he's like, he kind of looked at it, and he's like, where are you in the book? And I'm like, a little more than halfway through. He's like, no, you only have to read the first 4 chapters of that book. Like, we had to buy a whole fucking book. We only had to read 4 chapters of it for the class. I said, no, I've already done all the mandatory reading. I'm just finishing out the books. A college professor's response to a student reading was why. It's a book, sir. I want to see where it goes. I want to see how it... I want to see where we're going with this shit. You got people that literally don't even do the reading anymore. There are people who are scanning all their pages so that ChatGPT can summarize it for them. Why? Okay, why is college so expensive? Because in many, many, many places, your degree opens doors. And you didn't pay for the degree, you paid for the networking. At the really expensive schools, here, let me kind of do a flow chart for you if you could get this. So when you go to we're going to call it an expensive school, right? When you're starting your senior year, On campus, they have job fairs. And these aren't your standard run-of-the-mill job fairs. These are, instead of you going to poli-sci 325, on that particular class day, a recruiter comes in, and you know to have your resume, and the recruiter talks to you guys a little bit, and then some of you get called out of class, or everybody else gets let go, because your professor has identified student number 1, student number 7, and student number 13 as being good fits for this recruiter. That's what you're paying for. You're not paying for the education. You're paying for that school's networking. You're paying for all the other residuals that school gives you. It's like when you're going to, so they're charging you for what you're going to be making. It has nothing to do with the actual college itself. It has everything to do with the college itself. But what they're doing is they're bringing an awful lot more to the table. You can get a fucking bullshit degree from, I'm going to use Western University in Illinois because when I was in college, Western was the joke of the state schools. You could go to Western and you're going to get a degree, but then people are going to see that you got your degree from Western. And they're going to be like, oh, you went to Western. Like, I went to a place called St. Xavier University. They were known for 4 things. The School of Business, the School of Education, the School of Nursing, and the pre-law program. When I was coming out of teaching school, I got a ton of interviews because my pedigree was from SXU's School of Education. The reason I got told I couldn't start as a high school teacher is they were really, really apprehensive about letting me start teaching when the students I would be teaching were freshmen when I was in my, quote, senior year. I got told that a lot. Hey, go get a year of experience teaching junior high because the kids that are freshmen now, or the kids that are senior now, were freshmen. Like, you're 20. Do you know how fucking awkward that is to have a 20-year-old be a high school teacher? That's fucking awkward. And at least they were honest with me. They were like, that's not gonna work. If you think I look young now, I had the babiest of baby faces when I was 20. See if I can grab a real quick picture, just so you can. And I get it. They were honest with me. They didn't bullshit me. They said the answer was you look like a kid. When I would substitute teach, I wore a 3-piece suit. The reason why I wore a 3-piece suit when I subbed is so that there was no fucking mistake that I was a teacher. This right here is 24. I don't think I have a picture scanned and loaded of younger. That's 24 years old. Jesus, I look like a fucking sophomore. And so when schools would tell me that, now, when I got back from the military, I went to my school's Department of Education or job thing, and as an alumni, I walked in. I said, "Hey, I'm an alumni, and I need a job. Here's my resume." Within like, I don't know, a week, I had like 9 interviews. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the networking. What you're doing at some of the top-end schools. Yeah, but if it wasn't so expensive, people might actually take classes to learn something now. There's no service to just go learn. Yes, there is. Go to the local community college. Local community college, as Chris Rock said, is like the disco. You got $10, go get your learn on. If you want to learn for the sake of learning, go to the community college. Because you're going to get the same. Let me tell you, as a person who taught at university, many universities, and community colleges, most people teaching at the university when they're an adjunct professor are teaching at the community college, and they're using the same damn syllabus. Do you think they're prepping multiple versions of Poli-Sci 101? No. They're using the same exact syllabus. A lot of the professors you see who are trying to get a professorship, it's not uncommon to have this going on with a professor. And this sucks for them. So, I don't know why I keep pulling that over. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, they teach 3 classes at the university. And Tuesdays and Thursdays, they teach 2 classes at the community college. And then Tuesday night and Thursday night, they teach a class at a different college. So they're teaching 7 classes across 3 universities because it's the only way they can afford to eat. Because they're trying to get a full-time job. Most of the time you get the whole, well, when you have a little bit more experience or when you're published. I guess I could go learn, but then when someone says, where did you get to your degree? They wouldn't take me as seriously. They wouldn't take you as seriously, but here's where the piece comes in. The people that went to the top end schools, they're not applying for the jobs down here. If your job, if your degree is right about there, you can apply for these jobs, but you might not be the right fit. You can apply for these jobs and you're definitely going to be a fit. Getting a college degree doesn't mean doors will open. Getting a college degree means you have a set of keys that might open the door. It might not. As Adaptable Fox says, pretty much every job I've gotten through is through references. I get job offers now 7 years later. I get phone call. I've had the same cell phone number for 26 years. I get job offers all the time. I can't go to work. I will punch a motherfucker in the face. You think I get animated on my show? I will kill a motherfucker with my bare hands. I will snap, I will have a PTSD moment, and I will have a dead body at my feet. That's why I tried teaching. I tried giving back to society and teaching those DV courses, and I just couldn't do it because they're ignorant motherfuckers. I can't help them. I tried. An opportunity arose. I tried. I was like, I'm going to do this. I can't. No, I can't. Because people are fucking ignorant. If you weren't here at the beginning of the show, I showed Reddit. Reddit is the fucking asshole of the internet. I used to think it was 4chan, but I don't know what 4chan is. I'm not doing it for a job. I just know I'm not educated, so I can't give my opinions. Yeah, then go to college. Then go to community college. Take a Saturday class or take a night class. Just education for the sake of education is never a bad thing. Going and learning is great. It's personal development, right? It's personal development. It's not for anybody else. And I'm not trying to be a smartass, right? I'm really not. But a couple of years ago, when I kept having to tell people what books I had on my bookshelf, right? I didn't make a website, right? I didn't put together a collection of books because I want to get rich on affiliate links. I put together a set of books so that when people say, what should I be reading? Like, I'm tired of society. Mark Manson, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. If somebody says to me, I am really fed up. I am really fed up with society and I hate the way I feel. I'm not going to start you off with Personality Plus by Florence Littauer. I'm going to start you off with The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, because your problem is you need to stop giving a fuck. It's on my shelf. I will never put a book on this list that I can't walk over and get it. Now, on the rarest of occasions, there'll be a slot card, like the fucking library, so I know who has it. Like, I had to get on my wife's ass last night, because I added this to my website, because I realized I didn't have it, and then I went down and I was like, hey, where the fuck's my book? You've had it for like a year. Right? If you're just feeling depressed, because I'm not depressed. If you're feeling overwhelmed, don't sweat the small stuff. If you're going to a psychologist, yeah, I got it. There's Extreme Ownership, and it's even got my most recent set of tabs because, oh, motherfucker. Glue on those tabs was shit. That's why I stopped using them. But it's like, if you say to me, you're going to a psychologist and things aren't going well, I'm going to say, before you buy it, ask your psychologist about the happiness trap. Ask him if you should get involved with acceptance and commitment therapy. And if your psychologist, if you walk into your therapist's office and you say, this guy that I know that knows I'm going to a therapist suggested The Happiness Trap by Russ Harris, but he told me to ask you if you're going to be able to support me with the ACT that comes with it, then your therapist is going to have to make a decision. That's like telling your therapist, this isn't getting me what I need. Your therapist is either going to say, do you want to try ACT? Yeah, I do. Or do you want to try CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy? Because there's a different book for that, but I don't recommend one. Because I don't recommend CBT. But not on its own. I mean, I recommend it, how it's integrated into the Happiness Trap, just so that I stamp that. But how many streamers do you know that have a professional development set? Read. Just keep reading. Read anything. Above the 4th grade level, please. Just keep reading. Well, I don't like to read books like that all the time. Great. Then how much do you read? Yeah, CBT has to be recommended by your therapist. It has to be a fit for you. But like, people tell me they don't read. Do you walk? Do you exercise? Yeah. Then why don't you exercise your brain? Well, I don't like to read books like that. I like to read fiction. Great, read fiction. But if you read fiction, then you have to have a notepad next to you. So if a word gets used that you don't know it, that's why I like my Kindle. I love my Kindle for this reason. When I'm reading something, if I come across a word that I'm like, I don't think that word means, click on it, it brings up the definition of the word. It's like, oh, it's like the 3rd definition down. I see where they're going with that. Yeah, Alexa. I like this thing now. This thing threw a fit at me last night. It was like, what are you doing and why is your pulse over 100 while you're laying down? It was like, please take your ring. It's like, please take your ring finger and your middle finger and hold your hands above your head so we can figure out if you're having a heart attack. They're like, I can barely fucking do this to begin with. You think I can do it when you think I'm having a heart attack? Read with the intent to learn if it's going to be nonfiction. Otherwise, you won't retain a thing from what you're reading. Absolutely. I read, but putting that information into practice is where I'm lacking. Okay, that is probably the best self-reflection I've seen in a long time. And I got you. If you're reading and getting solutions to try to put them into practice, you're doing this backwards. I have this problem, so I'm going to read what gives me stuff that I can put into practice that solves my problem. You're doing what a lot of people do. You're reading a bunch of books and you're like, well, how do I put this into practice? I've been listening to the Law of Attraction audiobooks and started to feel a lot better. That makes more sense. Exactly. It makes more sense. And the problem is everybody is looking for the solution. And when they find the solution, they say, this sounds really great. What do I do with it? And to tie back to earlier in the show, if you guys weren't here, the basic teachings of Abraham, that's cool. I wasn't familiar with it off the top of my head. It's like, at the beginning of the show, I talked about the girl who was a streamer. She's been a streamer since she was like 14. She's 19 now, and she just started an OnlyFans, and within 36 hours, she's made $8,000. But she didn't start an OnlyFans to get rich. She started an OnlyFans to solve a problem. She went through I have a problem. What are my potential solutions? I don't like these. Let me go around the agile loop again. Shit. You're 19. You don't have any skill sets. You need X amount of money. OnlyFans it is. I'm never getting her back. She's not mine. Ready? I'm absolutely not mine. I'm 46. Divide that by 2. That's 23. Add 7. That's 30. She's 19. This math don't work. But I'm happily married. I know I'm happily married because I get told I'm happily married. My wife tells me so. How do you turn back to anything else making a fraction? Exactly. Exactly the problem. Exactly the problem. My daughter knows I tell this story and she's okay with it. My daughter, my middle, was not a high school dropout. She had to transition to adult education because she got too old to stay in the building. Because there's a maximum age that you can be while going to the high school building. My daughter needed money. She became a stripper. She didn't want to. It's not like, I mean, she and I used to have the joke when she was trying to catch up on her remedial reading and her remedial math. I used to always make the joke with her, the cat in the fuck it, I'll be a stripper. I used to make that joke with her and she laughed. But when she figured out she could make $2,500 in one night, or she could make that all month, she said, I want to do this for the least amount of time possible so that I can get out of the fucking hole I'm in. And now she's a stay-at-home mom. She's not one of the ones that got caught up in the I can make a ton of money doing it. But when the solution is this, and this is, we talk about what a fucked up society we're living. Right now, OnlyFans is a solution for people that don't even have a problem. But everybody got caught up on a handful of internet celebrities. Like, I've been too busy this fucking week. Rail will tell you. Rail is telling me, take a break, man. Jump in a game. Have some fun. I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning yesterday. It was my non-stream day. I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I went to read at 9:15 last night. I didn't even get through everything I wanted to get through yesterday. And there are some people that are saying it's so hard. A handful of people have made a ton of money in streaming. Asmongold, Ninja, Summit, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Annie Munition, Lazy Peon. Yeah, what they have is they have a solution that becomes the problem. They have a solution that becomes the problem because it drives a certain lifestyle. Let me see if I can find the clip real quick, because this person was... Let me see if I can find it. Because this person said this person's video was one of the dumbest fucking things I saw. Hold on. Oh. That's really weird. It tells me my own YouTube account doesn't exist. Okay, how do I get to copy? Okay, I want you to listen to this streamer, because this is really important for the fuckery that is going on in our society.
Y'all know how expensive it is to keep up with content creation? You can get a 10K check from Twitch. What the fuck is a 10K check when you gotta spend 5K on trips just to travel, $500 on setup shit, fucking $2,000 on your rent, fucking $200 on Wi-Fi, $200 on IRL toolkit. You gotta pay the clippers, pay a YouTube editor. Chat, I don't think y'all realizing I be going into negative doing this shit, okay? Y'all know how expensive.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me get this straight. This is the exact thing that numerous people that I help them with their business balancing for their content creation. Told you about the girl she's in our community. She makes about 260, well, she's not in our community. She visits our community. She makes $268,000 a month on OnlyFans. But she doesn't clear 268 because she's got a photographer and she's got a video editor and she's got a person who does all her social media posts. So she's employing a lot of people. She went to college 4 years ago. She's done. She graduated. $5,000 on travel to only generate $10,000. Then you're taking trips that aren't generating the return on investment. You want to go to Disney. Are you a known Disney blogger, video maker? No. Then you're not. Then you can't justify going to Disney with your company money, because you're not going to you're not going to make money. You have to turn a profit. Like, if you don't have a method for making money and you're doing shit for free and you're going negative, then stay your ass in your fucking apartment or figure out cheaper ways to generate 10K. But then she said, I gotta pay a YouTube editor. But then, is your YouTube channel not making money? Because if you get a $10,000 check from Twitch and you're paying your YouTube editor out of that, you should be paying your YouTube editor a flat fee, a small flat fee, plus a percentage of what the video makes. If your YouTube channel isn't making that much money, you can't afford an editor. Why the fuck do you have an editor for a YouTube channel that's not making any money? Some people try to scale too fast in their lifestyle. You're right. Some people don't understand it. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. I also tell people this, and they don't like to hear it. Let's say, hold on, my brain hurts. So let's say you're 20 years old and you just turned 20. So you have this box here, but then you want to be a streamer your whole life, right? Then this box right here represents 66 and 11 months, right? So whatever you make here, you have to set aside the same amount of money, at least, but probably like 30-40% more, maybe even 50% more. So if you need over here, let's say you need $5,000 a month to live, and that's a lot of fucking money to need a month, then you need to have at least $9K to put here. Now, some of that $9K will be the result of investments. Some of it'll be the result of interest. Some of it'll be the result on residuals, right? But you can't take, let's say you make 20K in a month. You clear 20K after taxes. You cost 5 in living expenses. That doesn't leave you 15. 9 off the bat needs to be set aside over here because streaming will dry up. Unless you're one of the few fortunate people that is able to scale and adapt and change. Streaming also doesn't seem like it'd always be a stable job. Well, I'll give you a great example. I never streamed full time. I never streamed except during a couple of peak periods. I never streamed more than 25, 28 hours in a week because it's my hobby. At 28 hours a week, I was making about $2,000 a month. So let's I was making about $17.85 before taxes. The company was. I don't make anything. If I take that $17 an hour and I scale that up to 160 hours a month, then I should make about $27.20. The problem becomes streaming doesn't scale that way. Like I have 24 viewers right now. Let's just do a quick piece of math, right? I have 24 viewers. And let's say every viewer subscribed, right? That would be $54. Yeah, you're absolutely right. More time doesn't translate to more subs. If I have the same 24 viewers for 1 hour or 10 hours or 160 hours, that still only translates to the same $54. Which is why, ironically, I think it was today's. I just put out. Oh no, it was yesterday. Hold on, all my days are blending together. Oh, it was a couple of days ago. Yeah. One of the things I put out on my Twitter was stream less, create more, grow faster. If your content doesn't live somewhere, no one can find you tomorrow. Too many people think that streaming and going live is going to generate money. It's time to start implementing gotcha mechanics into their streams. Squeeze those motherfuckers for every penny. There are gotcha mechanics for streams. Why do you think a bunch of people display their leaderboards? I don't display my leaderboard. I don't have a like you look at my channel, I don't have an all-time who has donated the most, who has subscribed the most. Because what makes me a bad creator for growth, if you're just here lurking or you donate $1,000, in my eyes, you are still equal people. Because sitting here watching the show or commenting is as valuable to me as if somebody were to drop $1,000. If somebody were to say, hey Jay, here's $1,000, produce a new album, I'd be like, okay, that's where the money will go because you donated it and you earmarked it. I stopped watching Twitch. I stopped watching Twitch streams that you have drops you need a sub for. Yeah, I went into, so I don't know if you guys saw my Discord this morning. I like to post some things on my Discord so there's a historical record of them. Just so somebody's like, that's not true. It was 6:50 this morning, and what I was working on didn't need 100% of my attention, but it needed 100% of my workstation. So what I said was, I finally have time to sit back and watch a stream this morning. I follow 75 streamers and 0 are live. I used more time this morning looking around to try to find a streamer to watch than I probably should have. Do you know what I found? I found a guy with 2 viewers with sub-only mode on. Fuck that. You have 2 motherfucking viewers and you have sub-only. I never put sub-only mode on. There have been 3 occasions where I put sub-only mode on for a part of my stream. There have been 3 other occasions where I put follower-only mode on for part of my stream. That's it. Sub-only mode. They don't want anyone talking to them, I guess. Right. And then the other one, maybe he didn't know how to deal with bots selling views. Okay, you don't know how to deal with bots selling views. I'm going to show you how easy it is. Right? I'm going to show you how easy it is. It's right there. That's how easy it is. Now, is it possible he doesn't know how to set that up? Absolutely. Would I have told him? Sure. Am I gonna sub to you to talk to you with 2 fucking viewers? Can we just be honest for a second? Let me just be fucking honest. If you're expecting me to sub to you, dude, and you want me to spend $4.99 to give you money to talk to you, I'll go spend $4.99 on OnlyFans and see 19-year-old ass. Does anybody want to fucking challenge that statement? Does anybody want to try to be the opposition argument to that? If I was willing to spend $4.99 somewhere, am I going to spend $4.99 on a person on Twitch? Or am I going to go spend $4.99 on OnlyFans and see some titties and ass in my face? I mean, If you know me, you know that's not where I'm going to spend the $4.99. I'm going to go spend $4.99 on Camarella. Camarella is my caramel macchiato. I'm not going to spend $4.99. If I really like a streamer show, I used to have three Twitch accounts. I deliberately didn't go to people's accounts. Somebody noticed my one of my Twitch accounts. Somebody noticed one of my Twitch accounts once because I went to another tab. And I had a completely unrelated Twitch account. It didn't have my branding. It didn't have a link. It had nothing. It was not any of my related stuff. It was so that I could go into people's channels and talk. Do you know I accidentally went to somebody's channel once and talked on my Paradox Gaming Network account, and the person lost their fucking shit on me because they thought I was self-promoting when I went in and agreed with them? I said, man, that is a really good point. Why are you in here? To talk to you? Well, turn your partner badge off. Shit, sorry, dog. Didn't realize my fucking partner badge was on. I try to turn that shit off. Right? Because what does it show up? So they were mad about that little fucking purple check mark. That's why I made another account. But I decided, much like Reddit, if you're gonna get fucking pissed because a partner comes into your channel and says hi, then fuck you. The other person, let me see if she responded. I want to see if she responded on Instagram. Her show should be over by now. This person was streaming. I went in, listened to her stream. She didn't talk. I generally will say stuff I'll generally ask like a weird question. And then when they start talking, then I can say, hey, did you realize when I got here, I was here for 3 minutes and you weren't talking? You guys notice it doesn't matter when you come into my stream. Unless I'm on a boss fight and I'm laughing at myself, I'm almost always looking at the channel. I have a way to put your chat on screen. This isn't my show. I'm just the host of this fucking clown car. Like, I know where it's pointed, but one of you can grab the wheel at any time. I sent her, always ABC, always be chatting. I prefer ABT, always be talking, because ABC is a sales term, always be closing. But I went, listened to the girl, then I posted in her chat. So I waited 3 minutes to see if she would talk. Then I asked her a question. I said, hey, if I was in the Starbucks drive-thru line right now and I was going to order you a coffee, what would your coffee order be? I waited 3 minutes after that. And then I went to her Instagram. And so I said, hey, if you're a human, I stopped by your Twitch today. If you're a human, I have some advice for you. If you're a robot, beep, beep, meep, meep, have a good day. The other problem is we're filled with a bunch of fucking Twitch channels that aren't even humans.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that...
Easy, Gail. I'm not done yet. I only watch one big streamer, and that's so I can talk about them to other people, since many people watch him. That right there, I don't know which streamer it is, but that streamer has built a great community. Because that streamer reaches enough people that people are talking about the streamer outside of the stream. That's great. And you use Twitch as a social tool back when people did it for a hobby and not a job? Yeah, you're right. So what happened to the message I sent on Instagram? She hasn't responded. Let me actually check one thing real quick. Let me see if she's still live. Because if she's still live, then that's probably indicative. No, she's offline. So she's offline, which if you're a decent content creator, after you go offline, you check your socials and then you go to bed. VTubing being bigger is probably going to push more AI bros into making AI streams too. Here's the problem with VTubers. Actually, I'm going to take a real quick break. I want to talk about VTubers and the problem that society community has. I'll be right back. Okay, so, the VTubing space. The VTubing space. About 4 years ago, give or take, I was going to have a VTube avatar created. Part of the reason why I was going to have a VTube avatar created is because if you've noticed, I don't wear the top hat anymore. I don't put on the steampunk glasses. Part of it was I just needed to get more comfortable doing this. Now you've noticed when I didn't give a fuck back then, I really don't give a fuck now. If I have a message, I want to share it. Unfortunately, I have zero interest to play the game. I'm not going to play the game. Like, it was funny. This popped up. This popped up on my Facebook today. And every single person, I don't have a ton of people on my Facebook. My Facebook is like friends and family. That's it. Just really, really close friends and family. People say I act like I don't give a fuck. Motherfuckers, I'm not acting. 9 years. Okay. I posted that in 2016. Which was 9 years ago. My ex-fiance, who was still on my Facebook, and we had broken up in 2004. In 2016, she said, "You've been that way the entire time I've known you." When people talk shit about me, they're like, "Jelano always acts like he don't give a fuck." I don't give a fuck. Like the Reddit thing, I don't give a fuck about a single thing people said about me on Reddit. I give a fuck that people are so fucking stupid that they can't, like, I guess the problem is a 1,000-word article. In fact, let's not even guess. Hold on. Indulge me for one moment, because I don't know how many words it was. And I don't want to say a 1,000-word article. I want to make sure that, because it's probably more than 1,000 words. But let's just see. So I don't, because I like to be factually correct. Yeah, it's a 1,200-word article. Apparently, a 1,200-word article is too much for some people to read before they start answering. Now, with that said, I had to make a choice about the future of my brand when my brand was making money. Now, my brand is divided into two divisions. It's divided into three divisions, technically, but one of them isn't monetized. Due to all the bullshit when it comes to freedom of speech, freedom of press. We have PGN Media, we have PGN Entertainment, and we have PGN Music. Music has its own revenue stream. Money from entertainment funnels into music. Profits from music will only ever go back into music. And I think that's important to let you guys know where the money goes, because it's your money. I mean, it's your money you gave me. It's my money. I'm keeping it. The company's keeping it. I don't get anything. You're not getting it. The point of the joke is you're not getting anything. Let's just leave it at that. Well, when I went through the process of getting this made, the goal of this was eventually this was going to be my VTuber model. Now, this is an early version, so please forgive Sprocket, the little cat, for flashing you. Little dirty pervert cat flashing you the crotch. But I was gonna make a VTuber model. And the reason why I was gonna make a VTuber model was because I thought that I could hide behind it, right? I also thought that it would be nice on days that I want to stream, I can be in like more subdued lighting. And then I tried to join the VTuber space. Those fuckers are gatekeepers. Nobody wants to share information. Like, there's like 4 camps of VTubers, and they're so angry with each other. It's like you're all fucking pissy all the time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, if for the people that don't know him, Jack is streaming again. Grinning Jack is streaming again. And he's another I don't fucking care. The guy has such a pedigree in content creation. He just can't translate it into his own personal success. He's a lot like me. I'll give you marketing advice for days, not content creator marketing advice. I'll tell you what to do and you'll be like, well, then why didn't you grow? I'll be like, because this is what you should do. It's not what I do. Because I don't know how to do I don't know how to be polite. I don't know how to let stupid shit go. Like, you want to grow on Twitter? You can't grow on Twitter today. You got to grow on Twitter in 2 weeks. Because you got to spend 2 weeks, and I'm not joking, you have to spend 2 weeks writing good quality tweets and then have a release schedule for them. And basically your life is going to be on Twitter if you're trying to grow your Twitter, because you're going to be at 9, 11:30, 2:45, 5 o'clock, I'm going to make these 4 posts. And then I'm going to vary it up a little bit. Like, it's going to be like 1 or 2 minutes off, but I'm going to set the alarm on my watch that I got to post. And then I'm going to post some controversial stuff, some sentimental stuff. And then on the interims, I'm going to post what's relevant on the day-to-day basis. Like, some people, I'm sure if I went to Twitter right now and looked up Diddy is all over the place. But that takes a lot of work. And so when you grow on Twitter, then what's your next step? Like, I know people that started 5 years after me in content creation, have 250,000 followers on Twitter. Great. I celebrate your success. I toast to you. I salute you. The VTuber space, man, they're just angry motherfuckers. The VTuber space has so much drama. This guy is sexually harassing me. Nobody cares. Block him. Block. This guy's sexually harassing me. He's harassing me, and there's nothing the police can do because he lives in America. File a fucking police report against him. And if you're actually being harassed, the Canadian authorities will contact the American authorities. And although they won't be able to do anything, as long as the Canadian authorities contact the American authorities will go talk to him and let him know he's committing a crime. And once they do that and they send back the contact number, because there's a case number Whenever police officers make contact with somebody, they generate a report. And the moment you have that generated report, then the Canadian authorities will put a fucking block on his ability to enter the country. Double or nothing, if he's committed a crime in Canada, they'll flag his fucking name, and if he ever tries to enter Canada, he's gonna be fucking arrested. I've seen people that are probably not particularly conversationally attractive, and their VTube lets their personality come to the forefront without the weight looks detracting from it. No, and that's, you know, that's absolutely true. It's like, I sound like I'm fucking gargling a bag of gravel, and I understand that. And I understand that this face is doing nothing for my career. But pound for pound, I'll go knowledge for knowledge with anybody. But apparently I won't, because I don't understand memes. And I have higher than a 4th grade reading level. It's like Carthos will tell you, so many fucking times you're trying to have an argument or a discussion with people, and their response is, well, the way I define, nobody gives a fuck the way. Nobody cares how you define something. Nobody cares. Everybody cares how the dictionary defines it. Lots of subjects. I could tell you to go search the Discord, but since somewhere in there I put enough information out there that people were able to stalk me, I deleted everything that I deleted everything I posted on that Discord. Go knowledge for knowledge with me on math. No, I'll go get an Asian. Yeah, we cannot debate on unlevel terms. The funniest part is that Carthos and I would be having a heated debate in that Discord, and other people would jump in, and Carthos and I would both look at him at the same time and like, who invited you? Like, we're friends. We're just adults about it. Let's see. What did I have? I had something. Oh yeah. Can we please pass a law? I don't like censorship laws. I really don't. I really don't like censorship laws.
Just remember to
But I want to get to a point where if you post a piece of bad content on a social media platform,
literally throw gay people off of buildings.
Stop?
They don't adhere to.
If you post a piece of bad content on a social media platform and enough people flag it that it is factually incorrect, the platform should have to review it. And then you should have to, if the platform says you are just factually fucking incorrect about this subject, you should have to make a piece of content that stays on your account forever. You can never delete it. That says, I am making this piece of content because I was a dumb motherfucker and I opened my fucking pie hole without doing any research. And so this is my apology video to the internet for putting bad information out there. We're gonna look at this video because this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Just remember too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Do you know any queer Iranians that have been thrown off buildings? Can you name any? Because I can't.
Ali Fazeli Monfaret, 20-year-old gay man murdered in Iran. Gay teenagers Mahmoud Asghari and Ayaz Marhoni hanged publicly. Gays. Since 1979, over 4,000 gay people have been murdered and executed in Iran. What the heck are you talking about?
Now, don't get me wrong, the Iranian government does oppress queer people, but so does the United States.
Oh really? We are going to compare the two right now.
The US does not have the moral standing to point the finger and create the narrative that another country is barbaric.
Corporate America is pandering to them. They have an entire month in the month of June. Corporations are prioritizing them. States are prioritizing them. You have legislation at local level, state level, federal level protecting them. America is so deeply racist and homophobic that we literally had the black gay guy fake a hate crime just to get attention. Why? Because it's happening so often that he couldn't find anybody to attack him for real. So he literally faked it on his way to go get a Subway sandwich at 2 a.m. in the middle of a Chicago winter.
Okay. If you're gonna run around how can we ever force change to the Iranian regime if you're an apologist for the Iranian regime? Like, for example, I would love to have the opportunity. I've always liked Tom McDonald's music, but this weekend I jammed out it was just like the Tom McDonald playlist because I wanted like I wanted something on the scale of Limp Bizkit, like I want to go break stuff and fuck shit up, but I wanted to be political because I wanted to think. And I don't care if you like Tom McDonald or you hate Tom McDonald. If you hate him, give me some meat about why you hate him. If you like him, then you like him. I would like to debate Ben Shapiro. I would love to debate Ben Shapiro. The problem is, before I could debate Ben Shapiro, the first thing I'd have to say to him is, do you condemn Israel for its war crimes against the Palestinian people? And he wouldn't. So then I'd have to say at that point, then this conversation is completely irrelevant because everything you say is worthless. Because your fundamental moral belief is that Israel isn't committing war crimes. What about some of those countries that people don't believe it happens if they haven't been exposed to it? Well, right, those are the same people that get caught up on the idea that there's a federal Medicaid system and illegal immigrants are on it. My aunt was one of those people. I haven't spoken to my aunt since January, other than my wife called family members and said, Jay is dying. I will let you know if you need to get your ass here. And that was pretty much her message. She called the people whose number I gave her. She said, Jay is dying. This is the airport you're going to fly into. And luckily the hospital he's at is a straight shot off of the highway. Like when they admitted me to the hospital, they were, no shit, they were like, put your affairs in order. Because we have no idea what's going on with you. Your blood is toxic. Your blood is like, your blood, you know how your blood is, if you've ever seen your blood report, like you get all these lines and like, here is red and here is red and like, here is yellow and here is yellow and then everything in the middle is green. And you're supposed to be like there. You're supposed to, all this stuff was supposed to be in the green. Well, on almost every single one of my blood tests, this is yellow, this is red. This is yellow, this is red. Every one of my blood tests was like this. Like my blood was nowhere, like nothing was right. So when my wife got those results, my wife was calling family and be like, you need to be prepared to get here. Like, no shit. And yet we have people in our government, or we have people debating that there's a federal Medicaid system. How the fuck can you be involved in a discussion about medical care if you think there's a federal Medicaid system? Well, my family member's on Medicaid. Does that make you a fucking expert on it? My aunt, who I haven't spoken to, said, we need to get the illegals out because they're taking up all the money. You're from fucking Arizona. Your state hates illegal immigrants. Well, it's all the federal money. What federal money are illegal immigrants taking? Well, all that COVID money that Chicago... That money was given to the state of Illinois by the federal government. The fucking mayor of Chicago pissed it away. Look, if we're gonna have a fucking argument, a debate, a discussion, a discourse, let's be factual. Look, if you want to kick them all out of the country, tell me why. But if you don't want to kick them all out of the country, tell me why. If you want to have a discussion about Palestine, Ben Shapiro, you want to have a discussion about Israel, I will have that discussion. Should Israel have the right to defend itself from Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels, and Iran? Abso-fucking-lutely it should. But not if it can't manage to do it without killing 50,000 Palestinian children. Well, yeah, the feds don't give money to immigrants. Feds give money to federal agencies. States pass the money on to immigrants. Right, exactly. It's the state's fault. It's the state's fault. And you don't need to change the federal government to change. The reason why all the people that are angry pisses me off is because you can change local government infinitely easier than you can change the federal government. But we don't even see people as people anymore. We don't see people as people. My kid was in the ER. They discharged my child, I think I told you guys this story. A physician's assistant told my daughter she didn't even know the name of her own doctor. And as soon as I got that phone call, I went into action. That physician's assistant is no longer employed at that hospital. My daughter's doctor's name is all over her fucking medical chart. A physician's assistant isn't even a fucking doctor. By fuck, you aren't gonna change the diagnosis that a specialist gave. But that's the fucking world we live in. Is Israel versus Palestine considered a civil war? No, it's considered a genocide right now. If somebody wants to put a label on Israel versus Palestine, it is a genocide. It is the indiscriminate killing of an indigenous population. I will take the politics out of it all aside. You've killed more Palestinians than there was membership in Hamas. At that point, it becomes a genocide. They aren't killing the prisoners. Who isn't killing the prisoners? Israel isn't killing the prisoners. That is correct. Because in order to not kill the prisoners, you have to actually be taking some. The current number of deaths is no less. Nobody disputes the floor of the deaths at 62,000. So, although there is a lot of dispute over the total number of deaths, everybody agrees that the death toll in Gaza since the start of the war is 62,614. Nobody's disputing that is the floor of the number. Right? The Hamas, who is the legal government, puts the number at 80,000. The number of wounded and killed children, because I don't have the specific figures, this is just dead. The number of wounded and killed children is 50,000. Okay? Now here's the really important number that is why it's a genocide at this point. The maximum, the maximum count of Hamas fighters in October of 2023, prior to the war, was no more than 30,000. How can terrorists be a legal government? Because they were elected by the people of the Gaza Strip. The people of Gaza, the Palestinians in Gaza, voted Hamas into legitimate power. Hamas didn't seize power like the Taliban did in Afghanistan. Gaza had elections. No, it wasn't a rigged election. Wasn't rigged at all. They won legitimately. Now, have they ever had re-elections? No. That is bad. You are right. Now, for the people that are supporting Hamas, first of all, Americans that are supporting Hamas have probably never read this. The goal of Hamas, the Islamic resistant movement, is the distinguished Palestinian movement whose allegiance is to Allah and whose way of life is Islam. It strives to raise the banner of Allah over every inch of Palestine. On the destruction of Israel, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. So all those fucking people who are running around waving Palestinian flags, maybe, just, I don't know, fucking maybe, you should know that in their own covenant, it literally says they're going to destroy Hamas. And just in case anybody is like, this is just Western propaganda, there's their actual charter. The Islamic resistance movement is the distinct Palestinian movement which owes its allegiance to Allah. Hold on one second. Am I labeling genocide on national, ethnic, racial, all of the above? All the above. Look, when you're killing children, when your attacks are killing children, that's fucking genocide. When you're attacking people, you've killed 60,000 people of an indigenous population when your own intelligence, who Mossad is considered the best intelligence agency in the world, said Hamas only had 30,000 fighters in the Gaza Strip. You've killed 2 times as many people than your own intelligence agency said they had. What, are you claiming that every Palestinian is a member of Hamas? I'll be right back. We here in the middle who do not like either the IDF or Hamas have caught so many stray bullets from either side. We're like Swiss cheese. This music is banging. Yeah, this is the dystopian, album I worked on. Really, fuckhead? Oh, I'll kill you, monitor. I bumped the monitor on the way out. How were these children killed? Because Israel is fucking using fucking dropped ordnance munitions on residential buildings. Israel has bombed food centers. Israel has bombed hospitals. They destroyed all of the fucking power production. Who is my favorite champ in League of Legends? I don't play League of Legends. It's a shitty fucking game with a toxic community. The very first time I tried to play League of Legends, I got told to put my hands in a blender, uninstalled it. We'll never go back to League of Legends. Also not a very political question, but okay. Why would they vote in Hamas? Because Hamas promised them that they would become a country? Why does anybody follow a terrorist? Why does anybody follow a warlord? Because you hope that by following them, by making them stronger, that there'll be residuals. Because remember, and that's a great question, Magnus, but you have to remember most people haven't studied basic cultural anthropology. They don't understand basic sociology and psychology. People are tribal. People haven't studied like Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau. Understanding that you are tribal and anarchistic at your very nature, and you make an exchange of laws in order to have to not defend yourself every day. Look at how many people are lawless when they live in countries with laws. I don't not murder people because not murdering people is the right thing to do. I don't murder people because I have an aversion to an 8x6 cell. And when I say that, people get like the vibes. But think about how many times you've had that natural level of anger rise. And you've said to yourself, I would bitch slap this motherfucker if there was no consequences. Why do you think the movie The Purge did so well? It's not a cinematic fucking masterpiece. The Purge is not a fucking amazing filmed movie. The Purge resonates with you on a personal level. If I had one night where I could kill a bunch of people that are pains in my ass, I would go do it. Why does Saw resonate with you? Do you remember the first Saw? How much? The budget of the first Saw, I think, was $1 million. The budget of the first Saw was $1.2 million. They filmed that entire movie and marketed it on $1.2 million. It made $103 million worldwide. Cafefe. Allowing me to... Hold on. Squid Games have been highlighting human nature. Saw. The Purge. Why do movies like that resonate with people? I guess if they didn't know. No, they did know. They did. The Hunger Games. Somebody made a really good point the other day, and I love the point. Why is it when you're watching a movie, you always side with the resistance? Why is it the Hunger Games, Star Wars, Divergent, you always side with the resistance? Robin Hood. Every fucking time you watch a Robin Hood movie, you're siding with a terrorist. But you know that you're supposed to side with the side of morality until it's time to do it in the real world. We just love the underdog. No, it's not the underdog. We don't love the Resistance in Star Wars because they're the underdog. We love them because they're the Resistance. Yeah, the Death Star had millions. Yeah, exactly. And yes, you celebrate the Resistance blowing up the Death Star, but you don't think about the millions and millions and millions of workers who had nothing to do. No, the Empire wasn't evil. Think about what you're talking about. On Monday, you were a member of a planet that was represented in the Galactic Senate. And on Tuesday, you're a citizen of the Empire. What changed in your life? And this is why, if you read the history books, the leadership was pure evil. Except, you see that because it was presented to you. It was presented that way to you. What, if you think about it, until they blow up Alderaan, what exactly did the Empire do that was so bad? And if you ask me, what do I think about a League of Legends conflict? I give no fucks about League of Legends. I give zero fucks. Let me help you. I give no fucks about League of Legends. The only thing that Riot Games makes in their future that I will possibly care about is their MMO, not because of the IP. I think it compares to the Hamas stuff, and it very well may. But since I give zero fucks about League of Legends, I haven't looked into it. Because I give zero fucks about League of Legends. Thanos' whole shtick was that he was to half the population because of lack of resources. Yeah, but then he doubled the problem because he killed half of the life. So he didn't just kill half of the intelligent life, he killed half the cows. Because he killed half of all life. Yeah, the Galactic Empire was larger than your brains can comprehend. The majority of people never encounter... Like, remember, the majority of people in the Empire never ran into a Sith. They never ran into an Inquisitor. The majority of the... Like, what did... The history books tell you that the advice kings were given was, don't raise the taxes too much, and the people in the countryside don't even know who their king is. All this shit that you see in movies, like, make way for the king, make way for the king. Kings didn't fucking roll around their countries. Because peasants are dirty people. They didn't fucking, like, good kings did. The average king stayed the fuck in their castle. And guess what? That's where the fucking peasants wanted him anyway. You think fucking peasants want the king to come visit your town? Then you gotta clean up the pig slop. You gotta wash the bricks. You gotta fix the fence. You gotta fucking feed him and his entourage. And then that means less food for you. They didn't want to see the fucking king. They wanted to meet the fucking tax collector. They didn't even want the tax collector to come into town. They wanted to meet the tax collector on the road, give him the sack of gold and say, on your way. Throw an extra couple coin in there just to make sure he's happy and he can skim and fuck off. People always want to vote for the resistance until they actually have to sacrifice in their real life. I give to charity. I could give more to charity. So what I'm getting out of this is we should have left the Confederate separatists and kept slaves because it would have avoided unnecessary death. That is the biggest pack of mental gymnastics. How the fuck did you even get there? Even by your own statement, you defeated your own argument. I'll jump on that, but even in your own statement, you defeat your own argument.
I wonder if...
You said and avoided unnecessary death. Isn't freeing people necessary death? I mean, war equals death, right? But you use the word unnecessary. I want to remind you, and if you don't know this, there's a book on my book list called Lincoln on Leadership. A lot of people aren't aware of this quote. Yeah, civilians were killed. And? No. We went to war. You say avoided unnecessary deaths. The deaths were necessary. Because technically, everybody that died in the Civil War who didn't serve in the standing military was a drafted civilian. And that number is between war deaths, complications after surgery, disease, all those things, 750,000 deaths. 110,000 Union soldiers died in combat. Another 224,000 succumbed to disease. If we let them separate and refuse to go to war with them, the civilians would have lived. No, they wouldn't have, because slaves were dying every day, and those are civilians. Did you know what Lincoln... Do you know what Lincoln's quote was? Did you know that when you say we should have, did you know we actually could have? If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. But less people would have died. Okay. I'm going to help you out here. Because I don't know what your end goal is. But you're literally starting with your feet in the square of you think slavery was okay. And I'm not exactly sure if any argument that comes out of the discussion starting point of slavery being okay is even a worthwhile academic exercise. Every death incurred by the Civil War was a necessary death to free a group of enslaved people. Now, if you want to take a completely different spin, I invite you to do that. But any spin you take, I never said that I'm saying unnecessary. No, that is what you're saying. See, here's the problem. If you don't know what you're saying, then you're trying to play a game with words, and then you're going to get called out on it, because this is Sparta, and everybody is responsible for the words they choose, including me. Because you said, let me go all the way back. Where the hell are you? Why aren't you on my... There you go. So what I'm getting at out of this is that we should have left the Confederates separate and kept slaves. So you said I never said that. You, not only do I not need to infer what you said, you literally said we should have let the Confederation separate and keep slaves. The rest of the sentence is irrelevant because it follows the word because. That's how the English language works. Because is a justification of the earlier statement. What I'm getting out of this is we should have let the Confederates separate and keep slaves. When did I ever say anything like that? I never got anywhere to fuck near that point. I never got anywhere near that. What about what I said got you anywhere near where I justified slavery? See, that's why I run the feature chat. That's why I wrote it. So when people turn around and say, I didn't say, I can put it right up on the screen so everybody can see what was said. I never was talking about where slavery is good and we should keep people enslaved. I actively avoid even institutional slavery. I advocate against poverty. I advocate against illiteracy. I advocate against broken homes. But sometimes you gotta go to war. Because sometimes you gotta fix shit. So where did you get to the point where I was advocating for slavery? Celebrating the separatists in Star Wars is evil because they killed civilians. You're right. What the fuck does that have to do with slavery? There was slavery under the Galactic Republic. There was slavery under the Empire. And as soon as the Galactic Republic took back over, there was slavery again. Where was slavery, whatever that I was talking about? So nothing changed. Guess what? Nothing changed because it wasn't a fucking story about slavery. So, how did you even make that connection? There was slavery on Tatooine under both governments. The war wasn't about slavery. Did Palpatine go to war in order to keep slaves? Did Palpatine go to war in order to get rid of slaves? So I'm cool if you want to try to do your mental gymnastics, but I mean, where is your cornerstone argument? Yeah, the Empire had slaves, also the Jedi steal kids for a cult. Religious indoctrination. Palpatine went to war for power. Actually, 6 foot, Palpatine didn't go to war. The Confederates were separatists because they were trying to separate from the Union. Right. I'm going to blow your mind here. I'm going to blow your mind. And you've probably never been taught what the Civil War was really about. The Civil War wasn't about slavery. The Civil War was not about slavery. The Union did not go to war about slavery. It went to war over states' rights. States' rights to what? Yeah, it was states' rights. States' rights to slaves, but it was a flaw in the Constitution that had been written in back in 1787 that the South had been worried about. The South was upset that they could no longer vote to have slave states. Not saying slavery's good. I'll condemn slavery. But we can't turn the argument about slavery because that's not what the argument was about. It was about states' rights. It was about the flaws in the Constitution. Even Abraham Lincoln, who constantly gets credited with freeing all the slaves, because the Emancipation Proclamation did eventually free all the slaves. Well, when was that? That was on day one of the Civil War, right? No longer able to vote, so the Union was trying to take away human rights. Stop. Do you understand the founding of the country? How when you add non-slave states to the Union faster than you add slave states, Do you understand how our government works? And I'm not trying to be a condescending asshole. I'm legitimately asking, do you understand how the United States government works? Because a lot of people don't. Because we were talking about the underdogs. No, you're from Australia. So you're from Australia, so you don't understand how our government works. So interestingly enough, I'm just going to help you out here. Have you studied both the American Civil War and how our government functions when we had new states? Because how I take the rest of the show is going to be determined on your answer. It's a yes or no question. What takes so long to answer? Have you studied the American Civil War? I'm researching U.S. history to become a citizen. Okay, you're researching U.S. history to become a citizen. Excellent. I'm gonna speed this along because you seem to be taking a little while. So forgive me. I'm gonna motor along here. Abraham Lincoln was elected president. Before he even became president, he made a statement about slavery saying, "To preserve the Union, I will free no slaves." Everybody in the South said Lincoln's going to come into office and free all the slaves, which wasn't true. But the Southern states said, we have an opportunity to cede from the Union because we don't want to lose our slaves because our entire economy is based on slaves. The American Civil War began on April 12th, 1861. And that's a really important number for people to understand why the Civil War wasn't about slavery. Wow, how did we end up on purple? And this is where you end up with 12 April, 1861, Civil War begins. Right? The Emancipation Proclamation was on 1 January, 1863. That's some 20 odd months later. If the Civil War was about slavery, why did it take Lincoln 20 months to free all the slaves? If you haven't studied your American history, you don't realize that Lincoln was trying to bring all of those states back into the Union. And at any time during that 20 months, as a modern day equivalent would be deporting illegals who would be bad for the economy because who will pick the crops? Here, I'm going to help you out since you're not an American and you don't live here. We have 10.99 million illegal immigrants, and most of them don't do picking of crops. So all the people that you see on the mainstream media that are saying if we deport 10.99 million Americans, of which only about 3.5 to 4 million of our working age, none of our crops would be picked. Except what about all those migrant workers that come from Central and South America who have visas to come here? Because not all 10.99 million of those illegal aliens are even in places where crops are grown. But they contribute to the economy, do they not? No, not all of them. Did you know that in America, illegal aliens have the right to go to school? But they don't pay all the prerequisite taxes that goes into the school for them to have a seat. Why? Because we don't have one fundamental set of laws. Also, it's really easy to put your kid in school because we don't check your citizenship when you try to register your kid for school. You don't have to submit your birth certificate. You don't have to submit a social security card. You have to submit a lease and a utility bill. So, when you say, but they contribute to the economy, well, no, because I pay $9,000 a year in taxes. And part of that tax money goes for my kid to have a seat in the school. But my kid doesn't get $9,000 worth of seat in school for a lot of reasons, but some of it is people that aren't paying taxes. I'm okay if people want to have a discussion. And you're absolutely right. It can be exploited. You say, how does it take them? How long does it take them to get found out? There's people who live in this country for 17, 18, 20, 25 years before they get found out. If you don't commit any crimes, You don't have to show anything to buy a fucking house. You can open a bank account with foreign country documents. You can get a state ID. It's not a real ID. You can get a state ID. Now, the laws have changed a little bit in recent years. But do they have to pay back the taxes when they are found out? No, they get deported. Do some illegal aliens contribute to society? Absolutely. But I'm tired of the fruit picking argument. Right? Where does the money go? What money? When they earn money, they send it back home to their home countries. Like, for example, I have a guy, he's my friend. I call him my friend. I've known him for 21 years. He owns the Chinese buffet. He's got all the paperwork necessary to live here. He goes home every year to China. He made the mistake of going home to China. Now he can't get back, even though he's got the paperwork. He owns a business here. He employs 20 or 30 people. He can't get back. He's got the paperwork to come. They're just not letting him back in. So they're an economic drain because money flows out of the U.S. You're right. Part of it is because the money flows out of the U.S. Part of it is because they receive services that they're not entitled to. Their kids receive services that they're not entitled to. Now, some of that argument is that they have birthright citizenship. And that, in and of itself, has to be conducted in a glass case vacuum. Because is a child of an illegal alien an American citizen? Right now, the answer is yes. So right now, that child is entitled to services. However, an American child is not entitled to services if their parents aren't paying the appropriate property taxes. You can't come to school in my school district unless you live in my school district. But then you have houses where supposedly 18 kids live. But then you have the school district that doesn't do anything about it. So then the only way to do anything about it is to call DCFS and stick DCFS on this address, because children by law can only be 3 to a bedroom, and they can't have mixed genders in the bedroom after age 12. So you've got one family member living in the nice neighborhood in a fucking apartment, in a 1-bedroom apartment, but the school district can't be bothered to realize that there's 18 kids registered to one-bedroom apartment. There's recent news about how Social Security may run out of funds earlier due to the deportations, so there is impacts. Yeah, Carthos and I were just doing the math on this the other day. If the fucking government would just keep their fucking hands off of the Social Security Trust. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Deporting the illegal aliens is draining the Social Security Trust Fund. But if the government would put back the $1.8 trillion, what the fuck do they owe? I pulled these numbers the other day. It's more than 1 trillion. You borrowed 2.8 trillion against the Social Security Trust, but your country runs at a $1.8 trillion deficit. Well, no wonder why you never have any money to put money back. It's kind of like if you were raised properly, you get told that your savings account doesn't get touched. The 40% that you save, real quick to go into personal finance real quick. Sorry, we've adjusted the numbers due to the new economy. 40% goes to your needs. 30% goes to your wants. 40% goes to your saving. No, it doesn't, because 30% goes to your savings. I'm old school. 40% of our money goes to our savings. If you want to go to Disney World, you don't take money out of this to go to Disney World. You save a second savings account out of that. Your savings account is so when money makes money. Money makes money. I can't figure out how all the people around me are making so much money. Yeah, because you buy a fucking iPhone every year. I just got a new phone. My last new phone upgrade was prior to COVID. Prior to fucking COVID. Is it inevitable that the economy will die one day? Yes, it will. I'll be right back. Okay, so, no, the economy could stall out in this lifetime. Without going into a huge set of facts and figures, this year alone, we have to refinance $9 trillion out of $33 trillion. Right now, 13 cents out of every dollar collected in federal taxes goes on the interest on the national debt. So, yeah, and Grumpy Old Man just threw down some statistics where people are mad because the age of retirement keeps going up. Well, the reason why the age of retirement keeps going up is because the average lifespan keeps going up. Now, I don't think that anybody should be working past 67, but people need to stop treating Social Security like it's a fucking savings account. We're right now, because nobody can agree on anything, we currently run at a $1.8 trillion deficit. We're running at just over a 25% deficit, or just under a 25% deficit, which means we're spending $1 for every 75 cents we take in. And out of the 75 cents that we take in, right, 13 cents of that needs to go to the national debt. I mean, saving 30% at 7% interest will give you an extra 2.1% income. Give it a couple of years. Yeah, it's why people don't understand why I say you need, if you don't know financing, then you need to sit down with somebody who understands financing. And when that person explains financing to you, you need to not argue with them. You need to go get educated and come back with better questions. And when you come back with better questions and they can keep giving you answers, then you keep learning until you come back with questions that they can't answer. And then you go find a new person to ask questions to. I did this. This is one account. And I'll share this because I'm tired of people saying you can't make money in this economy. I'm tired of it. So this is November of 2023 to present. That is November 2023 to present. That's 139% gain, not total holding. It's not impossible to make money. The problem is you got to put the fucking iPhone down, right? You got to like, I have a coffee. I needed the caffeine and I didn't want to drink a soda. Should I have bought a coffee? Yes. Because I dedicate 30% of my income every month to wants. At the end of the month, whatever is left in my wants fund goes into my savings, because on the first of next month, I get another pile of money. People live beyond their means. Now, the bottom people, I totally understand it. I totally get it. My daughters are the people on the bottom. Because if I give it to them, I'll have to keep giving it to them. Hold on. Why do they make everything so fucking complicated? Hold on. 1 second. Somebody sent me a legal document and I need to respond to it. Yeah, it would be political suicide to address it. But what we, like, everybody turns, I see all the politicians, all the rich people, all the fucking, everybody has their statement of, well, if we didn't have Social Security and we just allowed people to invest their money how they want, they'd end up with 2.1 million. Shut the fuck up. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. The problem becomes, you wouldn't end up with $2.1 million because if you want to end Social Security, you can only end Social Security. You can only end it for everybody who has never paid into it. Oh my God. This fucking social media bullshit. If you have paid into Social Security, then they would have to figure out what you would be entitled to after all the years of growth. And they'd have to give you that dollar amount. It's kind of like it's codified into law. The day you join the military, you are locked into that retirement system. I remember back in 2017, they were trying to get all the people, they were trying to get everybody off of the retirement. They were trying to get everybody into this new retirement system. They came to me and they were like, it would be really great if, as an officer, you switched over to this new retirement system and you let everybody know that you switched, because then it would help some of the lower enlisted. And I said, why the fuck would I ever do this? You want me to give up 10% of my pension in order to suddenly magically have $95,000 because I have 1 year to make my back contributions? And you're only going to give me $7,000? I said, even if I took a HELOC against my house, at the time, I only had 9 years left in the military. I said, you want me to go $95,000 into debt, to put $95,000 into this, and you're going to give me $7,000 to match it. I'm still going to have to now pay $95,000 off of my house. And in the end, I don't have enough time for this money to double more than once, because I only have 9 years left. So you want me to give up a potential, I think it was $750,000 for ultimately 180? Or I'm sorry, for ultimately 102? Nah, I don't think that shit's gonna work. That shit don't work for me. You want me to lose 180, or you want me to lose 750,000 for like 102 or 108? Nah, no, I'm good. And they're like, well, you have to, no, guys, I don't. Like 7 or 8 times I had to tell them, no, guys, I fucking get it. I get it. I understand. It's not worth it. Now, to the young person who's going into the military today, the new retirement system is great. But try explaining that to somebody making dick money, that they got to take 7% of the money, 12% of the money that they're not making any of. Like, you're an E3. You're barely making ends meet. But in order to leverage this new retirement system, you have to put 7% over here and 5% over there. It's the same thing with all these lawmakers saying, people would be better off if they didn't have to pay Social Security. They could just invest their money. Okay. I don't dispute that. What are you going to do about people that go on disability? Who pays for that? Taxes. What are you going to do about paying off all the people that aren't part of the pyramid scheme? Because yes, and I will explain it, and I will not bullshit you. Social Security is a pyramid scheme. I also don't trust people to do it themselves. Exactly. You know why we have why we have Social Security? Because people didn't do it themselves way the fuck back when. Does dressing up nicer help with a political campaign? Yes. If you want a really good example of this, watch the movie The Adjustment Bureau. Matt Damon's character right at the beginning of the movie explains dress and success in a political campaign. You have to dress nice enough that you get the bankers to support you, but not so nice that the workers won't support you. You have to dress appropriately to the target audience. When you meet with, shouldn't dressing up as a worker themselves help? Shouldn't dressing up? No, because you're not. You're not a worker, so you don't dress like them. I don't like that bullshit when I used to be an Air Force officer. I used to run construction projects at fuel facilities. I fucking hated it when the local politicians would come out and they would put on fucking hard hats and they'd take photographs. Like, you did any fucking work about this project whatsoever. You didn't help me get the funding. You ain't been out here fucking digging the ditches. You didn't hang up a fucking fence. You didn't even fucking fetch me a coffee and a donut. But you're gonna be in all the political stuff with a fucking hard hat on? If it was up to me, I never even let them on the job sites. I used to love to fuck with them because they'd be like, oh, we're gonna come and take pictures. I'm sorry, today's not a good day. It's we're doing high risk work. Well, can you delay doing the high risk work for the photo op? No. Workers are more likely to recognize pretenders. Exactly. Now, if you're a guy who used to be a carpenter and you've worked yourself up to being a contractor, a company owners. Politicians don't have a problem with code switching. Why not? What do you mean code switching? That reminded me of the movie with the Russian minister of coal showed up in a suit to tell the workers what to do. Right, exactly. You gotta dress lower. When you're addressing blue-collar workers, you gotta dress low enough that they relate to you, but not so low that they get the impression that you're trying to blend in with them. If you want to impress blue-collar workers, buy a fucking round at the bar. Code switching meaning changing dialect to get people to relate. Yeah, it's called political double talk. It's called political doublespeak. Really great movie, The American President. It boils down to never stand for anything, but make people afraid of it and tell them who's to blame for it. Don't ever take a position that can be used against you. So why doesn't clothing work in the same boat? Because I don't want to see a person dressed like me if they're not going to do the work with me. Don't show up on a job site wearing a hard hat if I can't hand you structural blueprints and hey, since you're here, you run this shit. I'm gonna go get a coffee and a donut. Well, I don't know what to do. Then get the fucking hard hat off. Now, populism is taking over establishment mediocrity in the West. Hey, you know what else is helping you out? You have a fucking caps lock key. If you want people to take you seriously, come in. Maybe say hi. Maybe say how you doing. Maybe, maybe say, hey, what are you talking about? And then maybe wait for oh, there you go. Hi, how you doing? I'm doing great. It's funny. If I could turn my camera, you say jokester. I got a big poster or big painting done by a veteran of the Joker. We can talk about your issue in just a second, though. But you probably get better responses if you didn't run around screaming at people. I'm just saying. It definitely couldn't hurt. Because I actually like your argument. Because you know what the funny part is? I like your argument because I don't have an argument against it. Yeah, remember the meme, Kamala Harris concedes election to Trump meme, which accent did she use? Right. Now, Kamala Harris, and then I'll get to the populism. The Kamala Harris thing was always funny because you always claim to be what you are. What you are is what you are. Don't try to be something you're not. That way it's easy to remember who you are. Cat Williams makes a really good joke about this when it comes to black people and their alcohol. White people and their alcohol, they'll drink whatever to get fucked up. Black people, and this is Cat Williams' joke, he says, if he drinks Hennessy, that's what he drinks. He drinks it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, his birthday, Jesus' birthday, Hennessy. He'll take Remy as a substitute, and that's as far as it goes. Kamala Harris was like, I'm Canadian, I'm Jamaican, I'm Southeast Asian, I'm black. How many things can you be? Look, I'm a white Irish immigrant. Well, I'm a white dual citizen son of an Irish immigrant. That's what I've been for 7 years. It's what I've been for 46, well, not 46 years because I got my dual citizenship back. Don't try to be something you're not. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a scientist. I'm an engineer. I understand biomedical technology. Don't come at me with like, exactly. Nobody cares what you are. I don't care. That's a great point. I don't care that Kamala Harris was black or a woman, but how many people during the election came into my channel and told me if I don't vote for Kamala Harris, then I'm a sexist and I'm a racist. And a lot of them ran out of here when I said, how the fuck can I be a sexist racist when I live with Mexican daughters? Do I hate my own kids? My kids are half Mexican and they're female. How the fuck can I be a racist sexist? I love my kids. Now, as far as your original point, which is a really good point, and I think that you should bring this point up in a lot of places. Maybe not scream it, but it's a good point. Populism is taking over the establishment mediocrity in the West. We are in a situation, right? We are in a situation where our government has been failing consistently since COVID. I mean, before COVID, but let's keep it in the last half decade. Our government failed during COVID. We allowed the government of Afghanistan to collapse. We abandoned an ally in Ukraine. We've had a major bank fail, and we bailed them out. Social media has given rise to, and I think social media is great because it gives a voice to the voiceless. The problem is the people using that voice don't know what they're talking about. We have an economic divide. Wages have stagnated. Inflation has exploded. Social media has given rise to new ideas, but that's not a good thing. It's sometimes a good thing. Social media has given a voice to the voiceless, but it's also given a voice to the people that shouldn't have a voice. Should social media be banned to help with political awareness? No, it shouldn't be banned for political awareness. I don't think you guys were here when I said what I said earlier. Here, I'll just show the very beginning.
The United States is now 2 different countries because of this Supreme Court ruling.
Oh, I can't show the other video because I don't have the download. There was a woman who made a video who said, queers in Iran don't get murdered. 4,000 queers, gays, lesbians in Iran have been murdered legally by the government since 1979 with no judicial punishment. If you report bullshit, you shouldn't be allowed on social media. Because what you're doing is you're fueling nonsense. Now, when there is another creator who can bring the receipt and give you the names of the individuals who have been hung in public by the government, been killed, that's where social media is terrible. But I think giving a voice, like, what's that guy's name? What's this guy's name? Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson has the freedom of speech to say whatever he wants, but he's wrong so goddamn always. So what's happening is he's running around filling a lot of young people's heads with bullshit. Now, if you watch an entire Charlie Kirk video, that's great. I like Charlie Kirk because I like his style. I like Ben Shapiro because I like his style. I don't agree with everything they say. I like their no bullshit style. I hate their editors. I hate when they chop up a video and either one of those individuals got fucking served and we don't see it because then they never release the whole video, right? Should we enforce some type of legal politics during the voting period? Because I think overall that change is needed. No, I don't think that we should enforce some type of legal politics. what I think we should do is we as people should stop arguing and just bring the receipts, just bring the facts. I had a guy here the other day who was very opinionated, and I don't mind if you're opinionated, but when you're opinionated and fucking wrong, that's dangerous. Guy comes in and says, Iran shouldn't be allowed to develop nuclear reactors because they're sitting on a sea of oil. America sits on a sea of oil and we have nuclear reactors. And then he says, well, California produces most of their energy with oil. California produces 0.02% of their power with oil. Like 40-something% of California energy is produced by natural gas, and 19% is produced by solar. So I don't mind if you have an opinion, but when your opinion is based on false facts, how does that work exactly when not enforced? You're right, it's not enforced. And unfortunately, there's no way to enforce it because, in my opinion, the platforms need to enforce it. But the problem is people like Harry Sisson bring a lot of advertising revenue to the platform. So the platform doesn't care because his videos get hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of views. And then because he has really bad takes, Harry Sisson is that Democrat, he's that Democrat paid shill. It's this guy. He's paid by the Democratic Party to have the views that he has. It's been proven that he's on their payroll. And that's fine, right? That's fine. It's fine to have a paid political pundit, opinion, editorialist. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is he fucking cherry picks and then he misleads people. That's where my problem is. So in my opinion, Sisson, I don't fucking know. If you want me to know how to pronounce your name, put it in fucking the pronunciation afterwards. He isn't paid to do that. Isn't he paid to do that? Yes, he is. He's a paid political correspondent. He is paid by the Democratic National Committee Convention. He's paid by the DNC. I don't know if it was the election fund or the overall fund. But yeah, he gets a check. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with him being paid to advance the agenda of the Democratic Party. What's wrong is how he does it. So we should keep or get rid of legal conservation during elections, or should it be restricted or promoted? Freedom of speech has to be totally free or it's not freedom of speech. So why are we hating this guy for doing his job? Because he's doing his job in a disingenuous way. He's misleading people. That's my problem. I'll give you an example. I think we should block all Australians from coming to this country. It's an opinion. Right? It's an opinion. I haven't given you any facts for it. I've just said, I think we should block all Australians from coming to this country. Would that still be free speech? It is free speech. The problem becomes with this. I think we should block all Australians from coming to this country because they're all descendants of criminals. Well, how do you get to that conclusion? Well, Australia was the British penal colony. Well, yeah, I haven't lied to anybody yet. I haven't lied to anybody. I might have. Okay, we shouldn't allow people from Australia to come to the United States because the majority of them are descendants. Yeah, but my family came here. Right, that's why I said I gotta change one word. The one word I gotta change is, we shouldn't allow individuals from Australia to come to America because the majority of them are the descendants of criminals because Australia was the English Empire's penal colony. Now I haven't said anything untrue. I haven't said anything untrue. But it paints you in a terrible light because your family's not. So crime is genetic. I didn't say that. But I did not say that either. I just gave you an opinion a fact and an opinion. I created a fact sandwich. Because are you going to dispute that the majority of the population of Australia is the descendants of people that were sent to Australia when it was a penal colony? And remember, descendant means anybody in your family tree, as far as I can trace back, was sent there for that reason. So I've created a fact sandwich. Opinion, fact, opinion. Now you say that sounds like hate speech. No, it's not. You say the sins of the father aren't the sins of the son. I never said that. See how you're going to keep trying to throw counter arguments and I can keep saying I didn't say that? I didn't say they're your sins. Australia was a penal colony. The only thing you can do, I don't have to accept any argument and I can just keep turning around on you a fact. So you're saying Australia wasn't a penal colony. And you're going to say, yeah, but. The only other way you can answer that is no. And I'll say, well, you're factually incorrect, so I'm not even going to have a discourse with you. You see how it's free speech? Exactly. The moment you engage with my statement, I have set a trap. Because I never committed a crime and everyone I knew never committed a crime. So you're saying Australia wasn't a penal colony. You notice you haven't gotten me to say anything new. I'm not giving you any ammunition to come back at me. And now the fact I've had to say it twice, I'm painting you with a brush. My opponent on this issue simply won't admit that Australia used to be a penal colony. Well, what about the sins of the father? I don't want to see, you say I don't care, but it's not about you. That's what you're missing. I can just keep saying it. Yeah. And then my advocates are going to say, so you've never committed any crime? You've never inadvertently sped? You've never jaywalked? You've never slow rolled through a stop sign? And you're going to be like, oh, well, I'm talking about real crimes, not traffic infractions. Oh, so you don't believe, but it is, I'm Australian. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that you're Australian. And then watch how I get to spin the rhetoric. You see, this person just wants us to disregard good safety standards for immigration. This person won't actually tell us that they've never committed a crime. This person is trying to say they've never accidentally sped, or jaywalked, or littered, or spit on the sidewalk. All these are things that are morally reprehensible. Is this the kind of person we want to allow in our country? The more you engage with me, I can just keep setting traps. Now, is it all bullshit? It's absolutely bullshit. But when people say, I've never committed a crime in my life, motherfucker, I was in your car the other day, you were doing 74 and a 65. That's a fucking crime. Oh, it's not really a crime, it's a traffic violation. So people were sent to Australia because of petty crime. So you're saying Australia wasn't a penal colony? I never have to answer you. You keep trying. You see what I'm saying about why I don't like people that are paid political correspondents? You're trying to have a legitimate argument, and I don't have to. There were people here before us. So you're saying you're black now. I'm discriminating against you? I'm discriminating against you because I'm not allowing black aboriginals into my country? Why are you so racist? Why are you accusing me of racist? I voted for Obama. You see how you can't win? Nothing. The moment a person wants to defeat your argument and they won't say anything, I get to, like, what? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, man. There were people here before us. Oh, so you're the descendants of people who stole a country from black people. And now, having one black friend doesn't make you racist. Well, who's your black friend? How many black... Now look at what happened. How many black friends do I have to be before I'm not racist? Can you quantify that for me? Because now you've taken racism and you've turned it into a quantifiable number. I know. You said having one friend doesn't make you not racist. I didn't miss the not. How many black friends do I have to not be racist? because you've said a number. So you've shifted the argument into an empirical argument. It's not a friend argument. No, you made it that when you put a number on it. What you should have said is, having black friends doesn't make you not racist. No, it's not a mental argument. You turned it into an empirical argument. You've said there's some threshold. I was comparing what you said, right, but well, you've been kind of jumping around because you said, how do you get rid of crimes that are socially ignored? All I'm saying is that people in the past committed a crime doesn't mean I'm a criminal too. Why are you denying being a criminal? We've already established it. You've sped, you've littered, you've jaywalked. Why are you denying being a criminal? Again, what you're trying to do is you're trying to engage in an argument where I don't have to be right. I just have to make you wrong. This is why, unless I'm willing to have a legitimate argument with you, don't ever engage with somebody who's not willing to have a legitimate argument. Every single thing you say either gets deflected, rejected, or twisted. I started off with an absurdity. We should deny immigration status to all Australians because the majority of them are descendants of prisoners who were sent to the island by a government for being criminals. Closet Marxist communists love hypotheticals. So do academians. So you're being just as bad as... No, I'm demonstrating the behavior of the guy. That's the point you're missing. I don't believe in any of these things. But I'm showing you the argument. And now what you've done is the final piece. You've gotten frustrated to the point where you've made a borderline personal attack. My opponent has no academic argument to make against me, so now he's just throwing barbs at me. This worked a lot faster than it normally does. I've frustrated you. And that is exactly what people like that do. They don't make an argument, which is why, if you ask me, right, there is what I stand for politically. I am the head of the Enough is Enough party. There's no ambiguity in where I stand. I fucking have it in a document. You want to ask me a question? I have an opinion on every major social issue, and I'm not afraid to share it. I document the shit. But I'm showing you why we're living in a world where social media is bullshit, because everybody clips everybody else out of context. And then we show it. And then people comment on it. But they don't even understand the argument in the beginning. It's also I started this earlier in the show, but I'll get back to it. I'll show you the manipulation. Opinion on gold farmers in video games for their personal lifestyle. Some of those people live in third world countries, and I understand that they're trying to do anything they can to survive. Here's the argument. When you have uneducated people, and this ties into a paper that was given to me, and I'm still dissecting it. Your social identity should not be tied to your political party. It's like the worst thing to tie it to. So here's the argument. So you support LGBTQ rights? Yes, I do. So you agree with the Democratic Party since they support LGBTQ rights, and while the Republicans have an emphasis on religion and family values? The person being manipulated says, yes, I'm a proud Democrat. So then as a Democrat, you support parental control over curriculum like the rest of the party. And the person says, of course I do. Except the problem is, that person has never thought about schools and curriculum because they don't have kids. They have literally just been led to give the Republican viewpoint because I told them, so then as a Democrat, you support X. And because I've told them, all I've done is tell them. If the person doesn't know what their political party's view, they should be like, you know, I don't know that for a fact. I believe this. And then it's the point that I bring up. How do you decide what political party you should be a member of? Yeah, you were like, oh, that's not the education policy. Because you're informed on it. And this is the world we're living in. If you believe in this... I'm still getting used to this new program. If you believe in this, and you believe in this, which party should you be in? You want open immigration policies, but you're opposed to abortion. Where do you belong? So what if let's do it this different way. What if this is your number one biggest moral issue, right? But you also support gun ownership. But then all these other issues you side with the Democrats on. Who do you vote for? Somebody said, well, we should have voting where you prioritize your candidates. It's a terrible fucking system. Because that means the second most popular candidate could actually win. I've heard people talking about defunding Common Core in schools. What is a good replacement except going all in on private school situation? Well, you don't have to go all in on private schools to get rid of Common Core. Common Core is absolute bullshit. What was the best candidate last election? Me. I was the best candidate last election. I got 1 vote. I was still the best candidate. Common Core is bullshit, but you don't have to go to private schools. You just got to get Common Core out of the fucking schools. But you know what else you got to get back into school? Reading, writing, math, critical thinking, accountability, responsibility. Did you see that kid that got, and I don't have all these video clips stored, but there was a kid who was shocked to find out he wasn't going to be graduating in a month. He'd only ever passed 4 classes. There's another girl currently suing her school system because she found out when she got to college, she operates at about a 9th grade level, but she has a high school diploma. Third parties never work because they only take away from one party and ensure the other wins. Third parties in a singular election, yes. Third parties in a singular election, yes. Third parties work if the third party establishes itself on a smaller level, grows to a national level, and then draws from either the middle or both edges. Drawing from both edges is more difficult because generally you have polarized people on the edges, and they're usually single issue assholes. If you can draw from the middle, then you can get the people who are more reasonable, who I want, like, for example, the people who say something like, you want no guns, the other people want all guns, so my middle ground, I'm going to take from the middle because I just want to keep guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. Convicted felons shouldn't have guns. When the terms of their parole are over, they can have their guns back. I think that there should be a national gun registry for the people because there's already a national gun registry for the guns, which makes absolutely no sense. Anybody that owns a gun knows your gun is on file by serial number with the ATF. Now, maybe your paperwork hasn't gotten there yet, but the gun owner filed a piece of paperwork. Sounds too simple for a complex problem. No, it's really simple. Ready? You got to build a system. That's why it says up there, set up systems that actually function. I want to have... I want to have a system where we have a national database. Then why is nobody doing it? I'll tell you why nobody's doing it. Because these people over here don't want to budge. And these people over here don't want to budge. And because they see every issue as a what did I lose? Because if I don't get to claim credit for the victory, my enemy does. Notice I didn't say my opponent. I said my enemy does. The moment that you have politicians using the word enemy, opposition, adversary, he's your fucking opponent. He is the person, the fucking person that the other half of your constituents want. You're not the fucking senator or governor, or I'm sorry, senator or representative for the people that voted for you. You're the senator or the representative for all the people that live in that geographic district. So it's real simple. Create a national database for all the gun owners. Well, I don't want to fucking have a national database for guns because they're going to come and take my guns away. Motherfucker, you have a driver's license. When did they show up to take away the cars? They never have a counter to that. I don't want to give my face and fingerprints. Your fucking face is already in a database. It's called your driver's license. Your fingerprints aren't. But guess what? That's the other half of it. We want to keep guns out of the hands of the people that shouldn't have them. You're a convicted felon. You can't have a gun. You sacrificed your right to have a gun until you're off parole. You're on mental health meds. Real simple. Set up a database. Jalan is currently back on benzodiazepines. Jalan should not be allowed to have a firearm. And then all of a sudden it flags like, hey man, appreciate the follow. Hey man, hey, it's the local police. You're registered as having 49 firearms, and the federal database kicked out you went back on drugs. No problem. Absolutely willing to comply. Show you my gun safe. They've all been stored elsewhere. I don't have access to them. Well, I don't think that I should have to give up my... Yeah, you're the fucking problem then. People that get convicted of crimes involving their car in a DUI aren't allowed to drive. People that commit too many driving infractions get their driver's license inspected or suspended. I saw somebody else say something I wanted to jump back to. How do I feel about opinions on the correlation between the rarity of steak? I think any correlation argument is a stupid argument. I also feel that if you're going to make correlation arguments, then you shouldn't be in charge of anything, because shark attacks are not directly related to ice cream sales. Education is a never-ending problem. The same drug teaching doesn't work for everyone, and 4, 16, 18 isn't even 20% of your life. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. We're expecting people to have all the skills that they need to be adults, and we're expecting them to have all of those skills by age 18. 16 in Europe. Although I forgot what you guys do. I know you go to school till 16, and then that's the end of your compulsory education, but you have this other thing you do until 18. Did we talk about the big beautiful bill yet? What a fucking joke. People that like their steak well done are more likely to be left-leaning. I don't know. And yet you have people wanting to allow 16-year-olds to vote. But that brings up an interesting debate. How are we going to continue to defer... how are we going to continue to defer adolescence to now your 26th birthday, but then let you drink, drive, smoke, and own guns before the age of 26? The question that came up was, would this make people less likely to seek out mental health care for fear of losing their guns? For some people, it would. Some people would not go seek mental health care out of fear of losing their guns. Some alcoholics don't want to be labeled as an alcoholic. Some addicts don't want to be labeled as an addict. You're always going to have people... You are always going to have people that don't seek out something for whatever reason. People don't seek out mental health treatment for a whole litany of reasons. Let's be honest, though. If you reach the point where you're willing to go seek mental health treatment, but you rationalize not because you don't want to lose your guns, chances are you're not actually serious about going to mental health treatment. Yeah, same thing as not going to see a doctor prior to getting life insurance. I mean, people don't want to get life insurance because they're afraid of getting rejected. But like, I am that, not the life insurance thing. I'm the guy that doesn't go to the doctor. If I had gone to the doctor, like for those of you that are new, I might lose my feet. It's a no joke, no bullshit. It's not a joke. It's not a laugh. There's no punchline here. I might lose my feet. I was stubborn. I didn't go to the doctor for a really long time. I have nerve damage in my feet. We're waiting to see if I get to keep my feet in my left hand. That's my own stupid fault. I should have gone to the doctor sooner. As soon as I had pain in my feet, I should have gone. Don't be like me. If I lose my feet, I'm okay with it. If I lose my left hand, I'm not okay with it. You'll know I lost my left hand because there won't be any more streams. People can make up a justification for anything. People will make up a justification for racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. I don't get down with the majority. See, I don't like homophobic or transphobic. I don't like those words. I want to call those. I want to call those something else, because I don't think we should take phobic and apply it to bigotry. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a word for it. I'm saying that we need to have a better word for it. There are some people who are transphobic, who are literally transphobic, because the very idea that you have fluid gender causes a fear in that person. And why we can't have a legitimate discussion about it is the trans community is like, that's bullshit. So is it any more or any less bullshit about people that have agoraphobia? So you're telling me people are afraid of the outside. You're willing to accept that somebody is agoraphobic, literally being afraid of wide open spaces. Not grass, not trees, not bugs, not birds, not people, not cars, not fresh air. Literally wide open spaces. There are people with such severe agoraphobia, they have to have houses that have rooms no wider than like 8 to 10 feet in the most severe cases. In some of the really profound cases, these people have to be able to touch a structural wall at all times. They can never be in a room where they can't touch a wall. So you couldn't have like an open floor plan. And we're willing to accept that. According to the DSM-5 and the ICD-11, we're willing to accept that. But we're not willing to accept that somebody could be legitimately transphobic. Okay. Then we can't move forward. Let's just come up with a better word. And let's come up with a really pointed word, right? We call it sexist and racist. Let's come up with an ist. You're transgenderist. You're homosexualist. Oh, wait. But then we run into the fact that we are feminist. Yeah, there's a fear of swallowing. Remember, you can have a phobia of anything. Because a phobia is an irrational fear. I was not aware of this until I started, down another path of, stuff. I did not know that phobias existed to such profoundness. Right? That there are people who can think about spiders and go into a panic attack. Here's one for you that if you want to get into the really profound, there's a phobia for you. I bet you nobody knows what that phobia is. It's the fear of unintentionally rhyming while speaking. It's a legitimate bona fide fear. It goes beyond just the fear of public speaking. Yeah, the problem with those is that people wouldn't understand them. And then we've already, like, we because we created feminist, it's like racists are discriminatory against you based on the color of your skin. Sexists are discriminatory against you because of your gender. Feminists are discriminatory against you because you're feminine. This is why we gotta control words. But no, I like to thank the new people who popped in. Some of you have really good points. Some of you created really good discussions. And it's the problem we have with the society. The social media one is terrible. You have people profiting off of misinformation. Not only misinformation, but disinformation. You have people that are like, you have Congress people that can't fucking speak without saying stupid shit. We need to get all the illegal aliens off of federal Medicare. We don't even have federal Medicaid. We don't even have federal Medicaid. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Term limits don't fix the problem, though. Term limits don't fix the problem. People go with term limits. Last fucking presidential election, we have term limits on the president. We got 2 shit candidates. How does term limits fix the problem? We don't have enough we don't have statesmen. We don't have a Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus. By the way, if you're from Ohio, you better know who that is. We don't have a Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus who's willing to lead the empire. No, they're not. The Congress and the Senate aren't the real meat and potatoes. You never heard of federal Medicaid? I'm on it. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not on federal Medicaid. No, the motherfuck you're not. No, the motherfuck you are not on federal Medicaid. No, you're not. You're on state Medicaid and you're on federal Medicare. That's what the fuck you're on. You know how I know that? Because there's no federal Medicaid system. Medicaid is federally funded. Medicaid has federal guidelines administered at the state level. Now, because all you ever do when you come on my show is try to argue with me, I'm gonna politely tell you, the next time you say some dumbass shit that's factually incorrect will be the last time you speak. Because every time I say something, you like, I'm on it. I don't give a fuck what you think you're on. I know what you're not on. So go find your fucking card, right? Go find your card. Go find who issued you your Medicaid and understand that this is what I do so I don't say things that I don't know what I'm talking about. But thank you for representing the exact issue that I say is the problem. Because people like to run around and say shit that isn't even true, and then it starts the debate going down in the wrong fucking direction. There is no such thing as federal Medicaid. And Grumpy Old Man even gave you the Google AI answer that you could have been like, fuck, hold on. Oh, shit. See, this is the problem. If you're on federal health care, which you told us last time, which, believe it or not, I remember what my viewers say, you're on Medicare and Medicaid. I asked you, how is that possible? Because you're not supposed to be able to. And you said, because you haven't worked enough in your life in order to pay in so that your disability check is high enough. So you're receiving disability, Medicare, and Medicaid because you're part of the fucking forgotten group of people in our country where disabled people are invisible. You're part of the grouping that never made enough money to get a decent check. Just like today, a friend of mine asked me, how much will I get for PTSD if I go on Social Security disability? And my answer was, it doesn't matter what the fuck you go on for Social Security disability. Your Social Security disability is based on how much you've paid in. Now, I'm not 100% familiar with everybody else's numbers because I know that it has a determination how many quarters you had before, I think it's age 26. But I don't have a notepad in front of me, and I don't have the Social Security experts, on the fucking phone a friend. But you have to pay in a certain number of quarters up until the age of 26, and then if you're over the age of 26, you have to have paid in more than a certain number of quarters. Do I think that is a stupid fucking metric for deciding how much money somebody should get? I absolutely fucking do. I think that it absolutely makes no damn sense that if you suddenly become disabled because you weren't able to work enough beforehand, then your check gets lowered. Case in point, why do I think that's a stupid ass decision? Melly Umpkin, who is my second youngest child, is legally blind and just about to be legally deaf. She wears hearing aids. She is blind in her left eye. She's going blind in her right eye. Now, she has all of maybe 7 quarters of work experience. She will get a couple of $100 a month. What the fuck is she supposed to do? I think it's a stupid ass fucking rule that what you get paid in. My wife is disabled. I'm disabled. My wife broke 8 vertebrae in the military. My wife fell out of an ambulance flat onto concrete while she was saving a life. Broke 8 vertebrae. Somehow didn't get her fucking medical retirement. Just got go the fuck away. Honorable discharge. Go away. We're both on disability. I get almost double what she gets because I paid in from the time I was 16. Now, when we have people running around saying there's a federal Medicaid, it fills up the fucking airspace. It literally is the point I was making. If you don't know what you're talking about, sit down, get a book, get a notepad, get a pen, learn some shit, or ask some questions. But don't make statements like, there's federal Medicaid, I'm on it, because there's not. Medicaid is federally funded in part, and there's overarching guidelines, and that is part of what is in the big beautiful bill. Part of what's in the big beautiful bill. Now, everybody is going to become polarized on this. It's going to be the left versus the right, the Democrats versus the Republicans, the conservatives versus the liberals. Let's all be honest for a second. Is the big beautiful bill balancing the budget? No. Is it going to run us at a deficit? Yes. Is it going to run us at a surplus? No. Is it good? Fuck no, it's not. I don't give a shit. It's not a win for your Republican Party. Right now, I'm an independent. Right now, as of last night, I'm not even an independent anymore. As of last night, I am the leader of the Common Sense Party. Well, actually, I can't be. That already exists. I am the leader of the Enough is Enough Party. I am literally now the leader of the Enough is Enough Party. I don't want to hear a fucking Republican congressman, senator, governor, MAGA, red hat fucking wearing anybody say the big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill is a big beautiful pile of dog shit. It's cutting Americans off of Medicaid. How do I know it's cutting Americans off of Medicaid? Because federally, you can't be fucking an illegal immigrant. on Medicaid. If states are saying we have people on Medicaid, then turn the fuck around and look at your state legislature and your governor. If the governor and the state legislature is saying somehow people ended up on Medicaid in our state, then look at the mayors of your sanctuary cities and say, hey, fuckhead, I draw the line at you putting fucking illegal immigrants on Medicaid. That's our problem. Chris Rock had a great comedy skit. He said, we won! We won! We won! O.J. Simpson found not guilty. We won! We won! And Chris Rock said, what the fuck did we win? And that was 25 years ago in the 90s. Right? Nobody won shit. Not yet. I'm in the process. I'm gonna register it as a political party. I have other shit to do right now. It's coming though. I'm trying to find some philanthropists that want to make a social media statement. Because you need a lot of money to register a political party. Yeah, the no shit Sherlock party. What were some of the other names? Hold on. I'll tell you guys. I kicked this around for a little bit last night. I kicked this around. I was trying to come up with a name. Oh no, I can't find it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. I'm really I saw it. I'm really fucking terrible at naming file names. The Centerline Party, the American Pragmatists, the Common Ground Coalition, the Rational Majority, the Unity Party, the Forward Alliance. Can't use the word alliance. That word's been fucking taken. The Main Street Movement. Can't do that. It fucks with Disney World. The Clear Choice Party. Bridge Party. The Moderate Voice. The Realists. Common Sense Party already exists. I thought about doing Degeneration X, but WWE will sue me. Future Proof, Common Ground. I thought this one, I laughed about this one. The Control-Alt-Delete Party, because we're just gonna fucking reboot the entire thing. The Fix It Party. The Fix What's Wrong Party. The Repair Party. The Broken to Better Party. The Do Better Patchwork. And then I came up with Enough. Because I literally got to the point where it's like, fucking enough is enough, man. I was like, wait a minute. Enough is enough. But no, I don't mind if people want to have an opinion. I like the fact that people came today with new opinions. And I rode the Australian guy pretty hard about it. But he was a good sport about it because it's a great thing. It was new and he didn't know me and he didn't know my style. The bullshit that we have is that we don't hold our political leaders feet to the fire anymore. What do you think? Like, have you ever watched C-SPAN? Excuse me. Arby's CEO, is it true that you're selling your sandwiches labeled as grade A beef and you're serving cow ass? Well, Senator Jalan, I'd like to thank you for that question. And all the other... Motherfucker, answer the goddamn question. I don't need you to thank everybody. Look, man, I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're not going to thank anybody. I'm phrasing all of these as a yes or a no. Is it true you serve up ground cow ass as grade A beef? I'm going to not answer. So let the record reflect, the CEO has said yes. I didn't say that. Well, you didn't say no either, so that's how we're gonna roll this shit. Nobody's accountable. Nobody's responsible. Diddy ain't responsible. Look, man, I get it. I'm pissed off about the Diddy verdict. I'm pissed off. I'm angry. But, yeah, let the record reflect, he didn't say no. I'm pissed off about the Diddy verdict. I'd probably commit fictitious acts of violence if he got anywhere near any of my kids, because all I have is daughters. However, as much as it chaps my ass that he was acquitted on the top 3 charges. No, he wasn't even charged with IPV. He wasn't charged with domestic battery. Because he can't be. He can't be charged with IPV at the federal level. Now, based on all the testimony, the state could roll him up and hem him with a domestic battery charge. But even then, I don't know New York code is, I mean, I know Illinois code. I don't know New York code. He'd get charged. Right. But there's no IPV, and this is one of the things I worked on for 2 years. There's no IPV at the federal level because it's a state charge. It's a state charge. It's not a federal charge. The problem is, yeah, he has to be charged by the state DA, not the federal prosecutor, which he still could be. Which is why I said, based on all the evidence that was admitted, they might now charge him at the state level, and then they really hem his ass up, because what can really fuck you is if the state arrests him before sentencing, delays his sentencing, so the only time served he would get would be the time served while waiting for his federal charges, but all that other time he spends in jail, he wouldn't be getting credit for. It's, if you've ever seen The Lord of War, where Ethan Hawke says to Nicolas Cage's character, you're going to spend the next 10 years going from jail to courtrooms until you won't even have started serving your sentence. That's how they fuck you on that. But as much as I hate the fact that Diddy wasn't convicted, I respect the decision of the jury. Because the moment I don't respect the decision of the jury, then I no longer respect the sanctity of the process. Did money save him? I don't think money saved him. I'm going to be interested to see when the transcripts get released. I'm going to be interested to see if the prosecution dropped the ball. I served as a court marshal. This was a fucking terrible quarter of my life. When you're an officer on a military base, you get put into the pool. Yeah, I believe so. I don't believe there are any. No, that's not true. There are some federal misdemeanor charges because they come with a sentencing of less than 365 days in jail. There's not many, but there are a few. Anything that comes with a sentencing, a maximum sentencing of 364 days of less is considered a misdemeanor. I believe 1835 immigration is a misdemeanor for your first offense. But I don't have it up in front of me, but I believe that one is a misdemeanor because the maximum term of incarceration is 6 months. But there's not many. I served as a court martial member, and if you know anybody in the military, you can ask them. You go into the pool, and you're there for the whole quarter, which means every court martial during that quarter, you're on that panel. Well, you might be one of the ones dismissed, but you're called every time. Well, I was on a bunch of them. Like, I literally was on a court martial panel Monday through Friday. We convicted the guy on Friday. We sentenced him on Friday. I went home, and on Sunday, I got a phone call that I had to wear dress blues on Monday because I had to report back to the courthouse. We sat there it was like 4 in a row, and we were on our 5th one. And I wanted to just ask the judge, I was like, can we please get a fucking day off? Because all these cases are starting to blur together. Like, this is my 5th consecutive week on week-long court martials. Like, I need a fucking day off, man. I just need to, because you're not allowed to go back to work. You go to and from the courthouse. You don't go to work. You don't, like, the only person you're allowed to talk to is your commander, but even then they don't like you to do that because you're a juror. The fifth case, I'm not gonna bullshit you. The fifth case, I was like, I'm like taking notes. I'm having a hard time because all the cases were blurring together. And then all of a sudden, the prosecution rests. And I'm like, they didn't even prove their case. Like, all the officers on the panel, because the officers on the panel are trained to understand the UCMJ more than the enlisted are. Because the enlisted are usually NCOs and senior NCOs, and the officers are obviously commissioned officers. And I kind of, because we're not allowed to talk in the courtroom, that's a big no-no. But I kind of like look over, and everybody's got the same bewildered look on their face. And all of a sudden, the defense stands up and says, Your Honor, can we remove the panel members, please? And we're gone 10 minutes. We get called back in, and the judge was like, Gentlemen of the panel, there were no ladies. Gentlemen of the panel, thank you for your service. You're dismissed. So we fucked off. I went back to work. And then later that night, I was friends with the ADC. And I walked up to him and I said, hey man, what the fuck happened with that? And he's like, yeah, they failed to present any evidence for one of the 3 required components of the charge. I was like, yeah, I noticed that. He's like, yeah? No, it wasn't even a directed verdict. Wasn't not guilty. It was dismissed. You failed to present one of the 3 components of the charging. Because in the military, the UCMJ is really, really specific. Let me see if I can pull up a quick one. If it's dismissed, could it be retried? No, because it, I mean, yes, in theory it could, but generally when the prosecution drops the ball, it gets, it gets, dismissed with prejudice because it's considered unfair for a defendant to have to go through. No, they charged properly. I'm trying to come up with a good example, but forgive me, I haven't been an officer for 7 years, so I'm trying to find one that that works well. Oh yeah, so I'll give you an example right here. It's not the best example, but it's an and example, so it works. So any person subject to this chapter who wrongfully seizes, confines, decoys, or carries away another person and holds that other person against their will. So you have to prove both of those lines. If you don't prove both of those lines, then the person didn't commit a crime. Let me see if I can find a better example, because there's some with 3. Yeah, they hit 1 and not 2. 134. Yeah, so because this is what the charge was. That the accused wrongfully had sexual intercourse with a specific person. that at the time the accused or the other person was married to someone else, that under the circumstances, the conduct of the accused was to the prejudice of good order and discipline in the armed forces and was of a nature to bring discredit upon the armed forces. So they proved that the accused wrongfully had sexual intercourse with a specific person. And they proved, or they didn't prove because we didn't rule, but that under the circumstances, the conduct of the accused was to the prejudice of good order and discipline in the armed forces. They did that. But what they never did is they never introduced any evidence that the accused was married. And it was a total fuck up. It was a total, that is so easy to prove. They don't even have to provide marital licenses. All they have to do is have somebody from the personnel flight come over and testify. Like, what's your name? I'm Staff Sergeant Jalan. What's your current assignment? I work in the Department of Records. Do you have access to the DEER system? Yes, I do. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm handing the witness Defense M1. Sergeant, are you familiar with this form? Yes, that is a dependent ID sheet. Can you please indicate to me what the marital status of this individual is? Married. Does that record indicate to you on what day they filed as married? This date. Let the record reflect I'm withdrawing the document. Is it a requirement for a military member to file with your office if they have become divorced or widowed? Yes. Did the accused do that? No. Objection. Speculation. Sustained. Let me rephrase. According to this document, at the time of this record pull, had the accused done that? No. That's it. I've proved you're married. The defense has nowhere to go with that. That should have been a question asked by every witness that was involved. Because when they were proving disruption of good order and discipline, and to the best of your knowledge, was the accused married at that time? Notice that to the best of your knowledge is not speculation. Was the accused married at that time? Yes. Objection, speculation. To the best of your knowledge. Then the defense has to ask, well, how would you know if they're married? Oh, well, I'm of a sufficient rank that I see the alpha roster. I've met the accused's spouse. There's a photograph of the fucking spouse on the desk. You know, you just got to get it in there. No, it was enlisted, but remember, enlisted can always request 50% of their panel to be officers. And most enlisted do that unless their offense is against an officer. Most enlisted want the officers because, for so many reasons, but generally officers, our job is to organize, train, and equip, and they're going to be able to make the argument back to us. Well, yes, this individual might have been a fuck up, but think about the cost to replace them. And then as an officer, you're like, fuck, it's a good argument. Like, you had an affair. You were boning somebody else's wife. But do I want to give you a big chicken dinner for it? A bad conduct discharge. Do I want to, like, and here's an interesting thing about court-martials that you can't do in the civilian world. First of all, you never, ever, 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 ever want to be court-martialed. Because as I've said on the show before, in the military, if you're being court-martialed, the judge advocate has already talked to his boss. He's already run through a mock trial. Not like all the witnesses, but like, I'm going to call this witness to prove this. I'm going to call this witness to prove that. I have this evidence, this, and that. And then your boss is like, yes. The thing about the military justice system is that as an officer, at least in the Air Force, the Navy doesn't count. when they're at sea because they have captain's mast, which I don't. Fuck that. I'm never getting on a boat. That's my rule. I'm not getting on a boat. Too many rules. But you have to. The JAG has to prove to their boss that they can win the case. If they can't win the case, then they're not allowed to charge, and they're not allowed to allow the commander to offer an Article 15, because an Article 15 means if you say no, I have enough. Yeah, but Captain's Mask, you guys can still do like shit that we can't do. I'm gonna talk about Stop Killing Games real quick, and this is gonna make me a not popular. This is gonna make me a not popular person, but I'm gonna talk about Stop Killing Games real quick. I broke this all down last Friday, so if you want my full breakdown, you can go view that. But here's my thing about this initiative. Social media is responsible. I'm gonna turn off my music just so we can. Social media is responsible for why this has jumped 300,000 votes in just a couple of days. I've made a video on this. It's on my YouTube channel. It is on my YouTube channel. This is gonna make me sound like a horrible human being, but I was hoping this would fail. And then Ross Scott would have had to make a decision. Does he believe in it enough to start again or not? And if he believed in it enough to start again, would he rewrite it? Now, the problem here is that if you get it through now, and you get it through the way it's written, you win absolutely nothing. You win absolutely nothing. Right? On my video, what an absolute terrible video. Even if you wanted a proposal for more transparency, you'd still end up going through the same motions as the movement to see if change could be possible in the first place. And in the end, North America completely rejected the motion. If it doesn't pass, the status quo continues. Is it really that dangerous to at least inquire about it from an EU level? And who should we ask those questions to? NA doesn't care. I said, interesting that you think it's a terrible video. Let me address your concerns. North America is a continent, not a country. It's made up of 3 major countries, the United States, Canada, Mexico, 13 Caribbean island nations, and 7 Central American nations, which can be lumped into North America or removed entirely and considered Central American. I'm assuming your comment that NA doesn't care is a standard take that the NA and the USA are interchangeable. What you see as not caring is not a lack of concern. It is that Ross Scott filed his complaint with the FTC, who oversees the Bureau of Consumer Protection. The FTC is a regulatory body. However, the rules they create and enforce must comply with and within an applicable U.S. law. In the United States, when you buy a video game, especially an online game, you are nearly always buying a license, not a copy of the software itself. This license is limited, revocable, and governed by an end-user license agreement. This may be hard for some European people to understand, but in our country, we have weak consumer protection laws, and at the federal level, and for us, a EULA is a contract, so you can sign away your consumer protection rights. As a quick side jaunt, our courts do review lawsuits on matters like this, especially in video games, notably Van Fleet et al. Versus Tryon Worlds, where a judge ruled that in a situation where a EULA and a term of service are not in agreement, then the one most favorable to the consumer is the one that is applicable. Ross Scott filed a complaint with the FTC, and the FTC didn't give him a response. The problem is that under U.S. law, in conjunction with the USPTO and the international agreement, the Madrid system, there is absolutely nothing the FTC can do in regards to what Stop Killing Games is trying to accomplish in Europe. When the Stop Killing Games website reports the USA as no response but this was expected, this is a gross misrepresentation of the American system. Now, when I detail a process for how it works, this does not automatically mean that I agree, concur, or endorse how it works. It means I'm in detailing how the process works. The FTC gave no response because theirs is not the appropriate office to give a response. The FTC cannot force companies to do anything that is not already codified into law. Only Congress can pass laws. If Congress did act, then in conjoined effort with the USPTO, I gotta fix that typo. The FTC would be able to enforce whatever new law was crafted. Now, you said North America doesn't care and they rejected the motion. That is not true. The US is bound by law. Stop Killing Games dismissed what occurred in Canada as a loss. SKG stated a dead end. It said the provinces will have to deal with the issue instead, which are likely too small to impact the industry. Let's look into that. The largest provinces in Canada have the following populations: Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, and Alberta, for a total population of 34,900,000. To discount the Canadian provinces and say which are likely too small to impact the industry, how much research was done? For contrast, you could dedicate efforts to try to get Ontario to pass a province-level law. Or you could spend time in all 14 of these European countries. And I'm not going to read them all to you. But that is a lot of fucking countries. Ironically, you could work in 14 different countries to get 13.8 million people, or one Canadian province. If you take the 4 biggest Canadian provinces, you would have to work for change in all of these countries to reach the same number of represented people. Trying to change laws in Mexico seemingly didn't even get explored, even though 72 million out of the world's 3.3 billion gamers reside in Mexico, which is 2.17% of international gamers. Mexico is the second largest market in Latin America after Brazil. Keep that number in mind for a moment. There are more gamers in Mexico than there are total people in any one country from this list. France, Italy, Spain, or the United Kingdom. Think about that. There are 72 million gamers in Mexico and only 68 million people in the entire United Kingdom. And yet Mexico wasn't even explored. Is it really that dangerous to at least inquire about it from an EU level? Did you even read the initiative? This initiative is not an inquiry, it is a call to action. This initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union to leave said video games in a functional, playable state. By having laws requiring the game to function, this is not an inquiry. Games like these would need to be retired or grandfathered in before new law went into effect. You want to retire the game before the new law goes into effect? Did you really write that? You want to force game companies to say, fuck you, we're closing the game because you're trying to pass a law? This should never have been in your FAQ. Games would need to be grandfathered for this, even if past its effects would not be retroactive. No shit. So why do you have this sentence? You came to a video which I say the spirit and heart of the initiative is in the right place, but the method they're going for is a monumental failure. What SKG is asking for will probably never pass. And if it does pass, it will be circumvented by companies, and then this initiative will have been for naught. The problem is when you come and you tell somebody they have a terrible take. The psychology behind telling somebody they have a terrible take is that even if I'm wrong, and you prove to me I'm wrong, I have to be willing to admit that I was wrong. I am glad that all these individuals are voting for the initiative. But the sad part is, I bet you a lot of people are voting for the initiative not because they believe in the initiative, but because they're trying to stick it to Thor of Pirate Software. I'm all for the initiative, but ask Belgium or ask the Netherlands, ask the players in those countries how their consumer protection law for EA games is going. Those countries passed, you can't sell RNG packs, you will have to, and EA was like, fuck you, we'll sell them the game. And they still sell copies of FIFA in Belgium. They still sell copies in the Netherlands. Or they're trying to stick it to the game companies because they hate the games they are releasing. And as I said, I am not a lawyer, and I already know how game companies will get around this. Game companies will just fucking wait. They'll just wait. Because it'll take years. You think that a goddamn initiative at this level as written, you think game companies haven't already looked at this? You think game companies are worried? They got fucking legal departments that are like, okay guys, it's a Friday afternoon. We're going to spend 2 hours and look at this. Is this a threat? No, it's not. Somebody get me a cheeseburger. First you'll have an initiative, then an investigation, then the debates. So companies will never be able to shut down a game. No, SKG, which I can summarize faster than their website can. They just want games to be left in a playable state. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. You think they're ever going to make their server code public domain? No. That's never going to happen. That will never happen. They'll make the game playable in an offline state. You'll be able to load into it. Guess what you need to play a fucking MMO? You need the NPC database. You didn't buy that. You'll be able to enter in what they will do to meet the minimum letter of the law. You'll be able to load into the game. They will make the world, when they go to shutter a game, they will have the world download to your computer. And they won't give a fuck how big it is. They won't give a rat's fucking ass. They'll be like, oh, we're gonna download all of the fucking world to them? Cool. It's 150 gigs of server-side fucking assets. Here you go. Have that shit. Optimized? Nah, not our problem. Hey, where are the NPCs? You didn't buy the NPCs. The NPCs are on our server. The NPCs are on a database. What they needed to do is they needed to work on an initiative that was written totally different. What they needed to do, yeah, the same with the items. How many things are server-side only? Server-side. So game companies will do things that force future lawsuits. Look at Van Fleet versus Tryon Worlds. 4 years. 4 years of lawsuit. Continuance. Your Honor, they're trying to introduce evidence that they hadn't previously given us in discovery. Motion to exclude. Judge is like, I can't do a motion to exclude today. When's your next opportunity? 90 days. Okay, can we get on the schedule for that day? Well, can we at least... Nope, we want to have a ruling on our motion to exclude. And then you're like, but we don't care. I love the fact that almost 1 million gamers have gotten together. I love the fact that... what does it have to do with Pirate Software? Because about 10 months ago, Pirate Software did a video where he didn't bother to do his homework. He doesn't prep like I do. You got to be careful what you say about Thor, because he's very angry about when you criticize him, and tough shit for him because I don't give a fuck. He didn't do his homework. I watched both of his videos on the subject. It's pretty clear that he hadn't gone through the whole website and read it, nor did he read the whole website live. He cherry picked. Well, when you cherry pick, first of all, when you're a developer, you have a bias. That's just always going to happen. When you're involved in the whatever it is, you have a bias. I have a bias towards streaming, right? I have a bias towards streaming. I have a bias towards YouTubing. I have a bias towards the United States Air Force. By extension, I have a bias with the United States military. I have a bias about being a father to daughters. I don't have a bias about being a father to sons, but I have a bias about being a parent, because I am all of those things. And there's nothing wrong with biases. It just lets people know when you outright say, I have a bias on this issue. He gave a passionate, uninformed take. Yes. But his problem was he gave a passionate, uninformed take using positional authority, and he does this often. He says, because I am this, my opinion is more right. He even did it with Dr. K. Dr. K said, well, I think what you're doing is this. He's like, well, I don't care. You're gonna argue with the fucking psychologist? Now, I'll argue with a psychologist, and I think Dr. K and I would have a great conversation. Dr. K is a psychologist that talks to a lot of streamers about problems streamers have. I'd love to have a conversation with Dr. K. I think Dr. K would get a kick out of the fact that he would say something to me and I'd be like, hold on. And I would just be like, what up, dog? And he'd probably laugh. He'd be like, oh shit. He'd be like, okay. He'd be like, let's have this conversation a different way. And I'd be like, yeah, let's do that. I respect every interview I've seen Dr. K do. He does a really great job. I think he's really good at what he does. But when he said that to Thor, and Thor was like, yeah, I don't care. It's like, dude, bias isn't bad in and of itself. Letting bias cloud your judgment, like, congratulations, you're a software developer. You have a dog in the fight now. And because of how you presented it, I don't know how many, it's not about, okay, so real quick, because I want to get the fuck out of here. It's not about games that close down with a decent population. And if you want more, like I said, if you want to, I sound like a sexy ass chipmunk, by the way, folks. If you're not watching my YouTube videos, I understand my YouTube videos are long, just put that shit on ×2. I don't know what it is about my voice. I don't know what it is about my speech pattern. I sound great at ×2. Maybe 0.175 or 1.75. Don't play my shit at 0.75. You'll be there for goddamn ever. I did a whole video on it. I also have an article on it, since some people don't like to read, right? I'm trying this new thing. What I'm trying is to also put things in written format so that you can read it if you don't want to watch it. Helldiver 1 was live service, but it's completely automated now. Helldivers 2 is the new live service. Where am I confused? Okay, so the confusion is this. Let me do it real quick. God, sometimes we get to the end of the show and I'm like, fuck, we're done. And now it's like, fuck, I got other things to do. Let me see if I can get the numbers real quick. Okay, so Helldivers, here's the problem with the Helldivers situation. Helldivers on Steam was never popular. Okay? Helldivers was never popular. Oh, not that one. So here's Helldivers. Helldivers 1. Motherfucker. Sometimes you eat the bear. Sometimes the bear kicks you down a flight of stairs. Okay, so here's Helldivers 1. The server is still up, which means they're incurring a cost. But Helldivers has never been critically acclaimed. Now, do they have the right? And this is where the this is where the argument or the discussion of the initiative is. If there's 236 players playing Helldivers 1, do they have the right to shut down the server? Well, of course they do. It's their server. It's like that scene in Landman. We have the right to land a fucking plane on our road anytime we want. It's our fucking road. So they have the right to close it down. But by closing it down, you are denying without due process an individual from a product that they purchased. So no, you don't have that right. In Europe, you do not have that right. In America, you technically don't have that right, but as I've already explained, in America, you don't buy a game, you buy a license to a game. And you would know that if you read your EULA. But nobody does. But that's a different story. So, do the 362 players that have played the game in the last 24 hours have a legal right under consumer protection laws to play the game that they bought? Yes, they absolutely do. Does the company have the right to close down a non-profitable server? Yes, they absolutely do. So, since they both have a right to something, who arbitrates that? The courts do. The courts have to decide. And that's the other problem where the initiative is going to fail. Number one, the initiative is going to fail because it's a no-win for politicians. Or just sell the game to a different shell company, kill that company. Yep. Boom. We're getting ready to shed some debt. So whatever the European laws is, I think it's 2 years like America. We know we're going to be shuttering this project in 2 years and 6 months. So we spin off a subsidiary. And then we don't even make it a subsidiary. We spin it off as its own company. And then we open a company in the Cayman Islands that charges you $1 million a year to use the trademarked software. Then your courts can only reverse a decision 2 years back. It's been 2 years and 6 months. You can't make us reabsorb that company. We're going to fine your company because you've stopped supporting the product. Cool. Get in line behind Deadpool Incorporated because that former company of ours owes them $3 million in licensing fees. So your governmental fine can go after that because they come in date order. That's why the initiative has its heart in the right place. But you didn't work the process right. You wrote an initiative that the game companies are going to be able to get around 7 ways from Sunday. The game companies, if the game companies aren't fighting back against you, that should let you know if they're not preemptively trying to stop you. Then Murphy's Laws of Combat tell you you're walking right into the trap. If you're not being opposed, you're maneuvering exactly where the enemy wants you. Imagine if a small company released a game and it failed to be profitable. Are they supposed to just die because of it? Well, yeah, they will. A small company will die because of it. They'll die intentionally. They'll die intentionally to shed all the debt. And then they start a new studio. They just have to get a different person to be the head executive. It's like, say Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated got sued. Well, if I saw that coming, I would dump off the record label as quickly as I could. That's why I have a corporation and not just a limited liability company. That's why I'm behind a wall. I'm an on-air personality. I'm not an employee. I have, like, sue the channel. Sue the channel. Go ahead. Well, I'm going to sue you personally. Nope. Sorry. Good luck with that. I don't own this channel. The meme counter argument to this situation is if buying isn't ownership, then downloading isn't piracy. You are correct, but that's not a meme counter argument. That is an actual legal argument. If you're claiming that it's not a product, I can't be incarcerated for not stealing a product. Because remember, theft is a criminal offense. It's an Article 3 court offense. If you can't charge me with a criminal offense, then it's not stealing. It's not piracy. If I don't own it, then you don't own it either. Well, we own it because it's ours. Oh, so it's not theft, it's copyright infringement. Oh, so as a streamer, I can pirate as many games as I want because I have a master's degree in education and I'm just going to file a Section 107 exemption. But nobody has tried that argument yet. And again, remember, until somebody tries an argument, you don't have precedent. There's already consumer protection laws. So that's what's going to happen in Europe. In Europe, first of all, your administrative law bodies have their fucking hands full right now. Can the Europeans agree to that? Your lawmakers are fucking busy. Like, your lawmakers are trying to figure out, of the individual countries, your lawmakers are like, fuck, we're about to be at war. Fuck, we got to spend money on weapons and bullets and blankets. Yeah, your lawmakers are, you're not even working at Mach 10 right now. Your lawmakers are working at Mach 29. You're trying to solve yesterday's problems tomorrow, let alone about today's problems or tomorrow's problems. Europe is on the brink of a fucking ground war with Russia. You think the lawmakers give two fucking squirts of rat piss about video games? Where's the win for them? Remember, a lawmaker is only gonna spearhead an initiative if it gets them something. It took you how many months to get 1 million fucking signatures across all of the European Union? Which elected lawmaker gives a shit? The only elected lawmaker that will give a shit is if, like, 45% of the people in their district, their constituents, voted for it. That's the only way this gets traction. Now, again, just because I speak about the problems of something doesn't mean I don't agree with the idea. I love the idea. I think the fucking idea is great. But this is an example of all these people that are saying, you should go vote for this, you should go sign for it. Motherfucker, have you read it? Do you understand it? And then people will say to me, they're like, well, how are you so versed on European law? Hi, motherfucker. I happen to be versed in European law because I happen to be a dual fucking citizen. And as you saw on the list of fucking countries I put up there, Ireland is one of them. And Ireland has a piss small population. So it's easy to understand why we get ignored. It's like some people are like, you don't know about Europe. You're right. I don't know about the fucking details. I don't know about the minutia because I don't fucking live there. But the things that are important, should my offloading plan get initiated, do I know about fucking income tax? You bet your ass I do. Do I know if my pension is taxed? You bet your ass I do. Do I know if my Social Security gets taxed when I retire and I'm that age? You bet your ass I do. Why? Because if this country keeps going to shit, I gotta bail. Yeah, thank you. To be fair, most people in Europe barely know about EU law because most people in Europe, at the best, know their country's law. Because that's what they care about. America is a little bit different because we have state and federal laws that apply to us regardless. Europe, you don't really have, and forgive me, and I know some people are going to disagree with this, but in Europe, you don't really have EU law. You have EU initiatives that get translated into national laws. Just like you have national laws that don't become EU-wide laws. Do I think I'll play Helldivers 2? It's a law, yeah. Yeah, it's a law. You're running it Holy Roman Empire style, which was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. But do I ever think I'll play Helldivers 2? Let me tell you this. I don't even play Once Human right now, and it's my fucking game. I almost have this cock-sucking motherfucking website done, and then I've got like 50 lines of code to rewrite today because I done fucked something up. Once I'm done with that, I'll be in Once Human for a while. I want to get back to Dune Awakening, at least for a couple of days, so I can write a fucking article about it. No, I fucking found a mistake. I forgot to include a short title. So I got to go back in and I got to change all the JSON files to have a short title. And I got to add a category. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go take my walk. I'm going to talk to my family. I will... What the fuck's today? I will see... Is today Wednesday? Yeah. Today is Wednesday. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Once Human, which is great because the new patch drops tonight. I'll see you tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?